Let's get back to the Ultimate Warrior, though. You guys did a really great job building this up here. If you think back to kind of how this all started, Macho Man attacks the Ultimate Warrior on main event, and then Sherry appears at the Royal Rumble during an interview segment with the Warrior and begs for a title shot for Macho Man. Later in the night, she distracts the Macho Man, or she distracts the Warrior, and Macho Man sneak attacks him during his match with Sergeant Slaughter. A few minutes later, back when they're, back ringside, Macho Man really lays it in with a scepter shot on the head of the Warrior, allowing Slaughter to get the pin and become the world champion. And so they start to promote this as the first time ever for a career-ending match in the WWF. Do you remember a career match prior to this in the WWF, or is this just the first big-time one on pay-per-view?
Not that I remember. It was the first one on big time pay-per-view, that's for sure.
So who pitches this idea? Do you remember?
Well, Randy was, looking to take some time off.
He's fresh on a broken thumb here. I don't know if you remember that, but he had just broken his thumb. He's got 2 pins in there. I don't recall that, but Randy was definitely looking for some time off and to take a break, and he had been running hard. And so when you say take a break, he just wanted to come off the road for a little bit and be a spokesman for the company. He wanted to do commentary. Or do you remember what the real plan was at this time?
I think at the time it was to be a spokesman, but actually at the time was for him to take some time off and get away from the business for a little while and then come back and be a spokesman. And then, I don't know that it was ever necessarily one of the things I hate about stipulations like this is I don't think that it was ever really the intention that Randy was going to retire and be gone forever. There was always the thought that, well, he'll be back.
Yeah, Meltzer, I know you love this, but
Jesus.
He suggested that, maybe one of the ideas would be there would be like a letter writing campaign to get Macho Man reinstated. And you guys would request, if you'd like for him to be reinstated, send your, note to blah, blah, blah as a way to capture addresses for mailing addresses so you guys could send them catalogs and stuff and market stuff. And he certainly did something like that the year before with the tugboat Hulk Hogan situation.
Yeah, definitely. We did do that.
Whose idea was that? That's pretty genius.
I would imagine probably Vince's. I don't know.
That's a really, really great idea.
Bob Collins, Vince, I don't know.
Okay, so let's get into the match. Sherry and Macho Man are carried out on thrones for this. It's a pretty cool spectacle. Any memories of that idea or maybe funny stories of carrying them around, maybe mishaps or guys who went on to be something like Cena was with Punk at that one WrestleMania, or DDP was for the Honky Tonk Man?
I don't think any of the guys that carried Randy out that night went on to any kind of stardom, but it was, the sedan, as we called it.
The sedan.
Yes, it was a sedan, and
it looked heavy.
It was. It was heavy without anybody on it.
Yeah.
And then you had 2 human bodies on it, and it got a little tricky sometimes. And those guys were always afraid for their life that they may dump Randall or Sherry somewhere. And Randall, babies.
Warrior trunks have been a topic of debate here for a long time amongst us fans. The rumors and innuendo on the back of his trunks that night were the World Wrestling Federation heavyweight title, and the words means much more than this. And a lot of people said that was a way of taking a dig at him either not being in the main event or the title picture, or trying to stress that his match was more important. Dig or no dig?
Well, I think it's silly that anyone would even think it's a dig, because you're talking about the context of the match. You're talking about someone's career versus a championship. And giving importance to that match, his career meant more than a championship.
Right.
So it was just simply, in the context of the match, the career and the warrior and all that to him was much more important than a belt or a championship. That's all it meant.
This is the first time we saw the Ultimate Warrior wear a duster that I remember, and commentary makes a really big deal about his knee pads having a picture of Macho Man's face on one and his on the other. is this a little bit of a ripoff of Rick Rude? Rude really made this famous, having airbrushed gear custom for the match. That's what kind of this felt like to me. Would you disagree?
I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
okay, this is fun. So Sherry was decked out.
Well, I know. I mean, you're asking me, was I in Jim Hellwig's head to know that he was going to get back at Rick Rude and go to an airbrush?
I never said it was getting back at. I wanted to know if the boys thought, oh, he's doing the Rude gimmick. It was kind of his gimmick at the time.
Was he there?
Yeah.
Was he there?
Fuck this.
Was he there?
No,
he had gone, so it wasn't his gimmick there anymore. So. He wasn't there for anybody to compare to. And, Rob Van Dam did it. So was Rob Van Dam a rip-off of Rick Rude?
Yes.
Okay.
Glad we had this talk. Rob Van Dam didn't wear his opponent's stuff and make match-specific stuff.
Okay.
All right. Never mind. This isn't so much fun sometimes. Sherry was decked out this night.
Feel my pain.
I always thought she never got her just due. What can you, as somebody who was there, testify that Sherry really meant to the matches?
Oh, Sherry was great. The boys, if you ask any of the boys who they'd rather work with, all of them would rather work with Sherry Martel. She was...
Rather than
anybody.
Okay.
You could have a match with Sherry. She'd sell and make you sell, and it'd be believable. But Sherry was a huge integral part of the Macho King and the Queen, sensational Queen Sherry. She just was great at everything she did. She added to that package. She reacted to every little thing and accented the match and didn't steal from it.
These guys would wrestle the next year at SummerSlam, and looking back at this match, I still think this particular match is the best match of the Ultimate Warrior's career. Would you agree with that?
Probably so. Probably the best match Warrior ever had.
So I want to kind of talk about some of the match. Cool spot here. Randy does a crossbody. Warrior catches him, but stands him up and then slaps him. It really added to the story that, Warrior's the bigger, stronger guy. And around this time, Gorilla starts really reiterating, this is the largest pay-per-view audience in the history of pay-per-view. There's no way he would have known that at that point, right? This is just a line from Vince.
I'm sorry, you're asking me to tell you what line Vince gave? No. You know what that was in reference to? Was we were broadcasting that to the troops all over the world. So the audience was the largest audience because of the number of troops and where we were broadcasting. We broadcasted it for free on the Armed Forces Radio or whatever.
Yeah.
We broadcasted it live all over the world, and so the audience was huge. As far as pay-per-view buys, no, at that time it was WrestleMania 5.
We're never getting away from the way you split hairs here, just so you know.
Well, no, the audience was the largest.
I get that.
It was because we were broadcasting.
What does it sound like we're talking about right now, though? It sounds just like attendance and tickets sold.
No, that's what you choose to pull out of it. He said it was the largest pay-per-view audience, and you're saying, well, was it pay-per-view? You didn't say pay-per-view buys. So it was the largest pay-per-view audience.
How is it pay-per-view if no one's paying?
Because that's what we referred to them as.
So
that's how we referred to the events. It's a pay-per-view event.
Okay.
So because it's a pay-per-view event,
should have just been a per-view.
It was broad.
There's no pay, so he should have just said this is the largest per-view audience in the history of per-view. But it wasn't.
Yeah,
anyway.
It was.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Sherry's wearing some super revealing stuff here, and I think around this time she started to really push the edge with some of her outfits, thongs and stuff like this. Is it fair to say this is like the precursor for the Attitude Era? There was a series of matches here where she would be stripped down to bra and panties and stuff like that, and that was kind of pushing the edge here for WWF at the time. Do you remember that being a conscious decision, and who would have been the person who says, why don't we show a little cheek here, pal?
Well, a lot of that usually was Sherry volunteering it. But I don't think there was necessarily a conscious effort to go, let's do bra and panties. As a matter of fact, it was probably the other way, kind of shying away from that.
Right.
But I know Sherry always used to like to do that, and I never liked the guys putting their hands on women anyway. In general, that's tough to sell. It's just a tough sell. I don't care where you are and what you're doing. Heel, babyface. That was always the excuse. Well, she's a heel, so it's okay to do whatever you want to.
Whose excuse was that?
That's everybody's excuse. It would be the talent's excuse to say, well, she's a heel. You can go ahead and get away with it. And because the audience popped, it's okay. She's a heel. It's okay. I just never liked it, but, sometimes they did it.
Warrior pushes Sherry here when they're on the outside. Pushes her pretty hard and pushes her down, and it's not even addressed at the time. So what you're saying holds water. Well, is this the first time you remember this many finishing moves being used over and over and over and it not finishing? It feels a lot like now you see guys hit a move a dozen times and then they still kick out. But back in those days, it was
unique because usually when a guy hits his finisher, that was it, and you work to the finish. And these guys wanted to do something different, and career match that they wanted to make it special and just be able to go out and make it different.
It's time for the pin now, and after all these finishing moves, Warrior wins with just a foot on the chest for the pin. Your thoughts?
Hated it. I thought it was disrespectful to Randy Savage, the performer. I thought it was disrespectful to Randy Savage, the man. I also believe that it was probably Randy Savage's call, knowing Randy and knowing how Randy was a firm believer of win him in the ring, lose him in the ring. You win him 1, 2, 3, you lose him 1, 2, 3, right in the middle. And I could see Randy basically anointing the Warrior and saying, you know what, beat me, stand over me, and be the man. Because Randy knew what was coming afterwards, so it was simply simply a way to get Warrior over.
As if that's not enough, Warrior takes a victory lap around to the corners, and then again comes back to the center to put a foot on the chest. This time posing with the duster on. It just seems a little disrespectful to not only pin him with one foot, but to make a victory lap, throw your shit on, and then do it again.
Well, it is to me. And I think that the talent at the time, here I am defending Warrior, I think the talent at the time, everybody knew what was going to happen next and felt that Randy was going to have his moment at the end. So get your moment now and then move on, and Randy gets his moment at the end. And it did work.
It did.
It did work. But as you and I watched it, I even told you that when we were watching it, I thought that was, it rubbed me wrong. I knew what was going to happen.
I'm curious the thinking that goes into what happens next. Sherry attacks the Macho Man after the match. She's upset that he's lost, seemingly, because of the impact it'll have on her career. And then, of course, Liz, who they showed in the crowd, a good ways away from the ring, 2 rows back down the aisle. She comes to the rescue and throws Sherry out of the ring by her hair, and the crowd goes nuts for them to reunite. Women in the crowd are crying everywhere, and then they reunite, and he embraces her, puts her up on the shoulder, and then when it's time for them to leave, he used to make her hold the ropes open for him, and this time he opens them real big for her. And the replay they show on the pay-per-view isn't of the match at all, but it's of him picking her up. So he started the match as a heel, worked as a heel, cheating and chairs and all this stuff. But then Liz comes back to him, so now he's a babyface. Has this ever happened before? It's a pretty interesting dynamic that a guy can, start as a heel and work as a heel the entire time, but because a woman likes him, he's a babyface.
Well, I mean,
it really speaks to the power of Liz.
It spoke to the power of the couple.
Mm-hmm.
It spoke to the package of Randy and Elizabeth through the years. That was a unit that, God, they were iconic. Huge heels, huge baby faces, and
Liz was never really a heel.
No, but she managed Randy as a heel, and as a package they were heels. And it just was, come on, man, they were iconic. And everyone loved Liz. She said even as a heel, they loved Liz. And it was a way to bring them back together. And what people don't know is how devoted Randy Savage was to the business and to the angle when he and Liz split on camera. Randy and Liz in real life were married and got a separation, a legal separation.
Wow.
So that if anybody, would say, oh, well, they're really married. No, they're not. That was Randy's dedication to his art and everything that he did. And Jesus Christ, why we got to do this shit? Last week we were talking about Eddie and stuff, and I told you, and I apologize, folks. The visual of Randy and Liz and Sherry all in the ring together, throw Warrior in there, and they're all gone now, was powerful. And it's even more powerful now when you sit there and you watch that and you see them, and knowing how much Randy loved Liz and vice versa, that to watch that, and you're talking about people crying, man, I cried that night, when it happened. It was a work. It was a beautiful story, but it was also those two coming back together, and it was a beautiful story. And it was what it was, but it worked. And onward and upward.
What do you think made Liz so special? There's never really been a character like her since.
She was quiet, classy. Didn't have to say a lot, didn't say a lot. And she was a beautiful woman, but she also was like that girl next door. So I think she was really relatable and easy to like.
On the February 23rd main event, that same show with Buster Douglas, Warrior is wrestling Earthquake, and Earthquake goes to jump off the second rope on him, but Hogan comes out and makes the save. A few weeks later on Superstars, Hogan is now wrestling Earthquake, and Earthquake hits him with the Earthquake squash, and the Warrior comes out and took Earthquake out. And then he and Hogan got into a confrontation of their own. Warrior starts to hit the ropes, and Hogan turned his back and starts to leave the ring, and Warrior raised his arm like he was going to clothesline him from behind, but Hogan turned him around, and they had a face-off. So again, Warrior's kind of teasing, at least to me, a little bit of a heel turn. We mentioned earlier that Savage did a phenomenal job promoting this main event show on Arsenio, and now it's Warrior's turn. So he actually makes an appearance on Arsenio on March 21st, and he's in to promote Wrestlemania. We all know how well Hogan and Savage do at stuff like this, but Bruce, how do you think that Warrior did here?
I thought he was the shits. And the reason being is that Savage and Hulk, as human beings, outside of their characters, are pretty good guys. And they're personable, they're engaging, they have a great personality, and they could chat and make conversation with just about anybody and make it entertaining. Warrior was very difficult to have a conversation with, like a normal human being. And to put him in that environment where he wasn't doing those off-the-wall promos took him out of his element, and he was uncomfortable, and I don't think that he came off very well at all. That's just my opinion. I don't mean to shit on him.
Well, you did.
I just didn't think he was very good.
Oh my God. This is the first and only time that Hogan ever challenged for the Intercontinental title, even though you said he wasn't. We all thought he was.
Champion versus champion, title versus title. Yeah.
Was there not any concern that this is sort of kind of giving away the finish of the match, since it's obvious that if Hogan wins, he has to forfeit the Intercontinental title?
Well, they both had to forfeit the Intercontinental title, I guess.
But why would you, why challenge for something if you're just going to give it away?
He's not challenging for the Intercontinental title, goddammit. It's champion versus champion.
We talked about in our NWO and the WWE show how there was a lot of surprise with how all the fans got behind Hogan in his match against Rock at Mania 18. Did you guys have any sort of concern that one of these guys would be booed in the live crowd? Or did you think that they'd both be over strong enough where the crowd wouldn't necessarily shit on it?
Sure. They had to pick them. You had to pick your favorite. And when you pick your favorite, the chances are you're going to boo the other guy. So you run that risk because somebody's not going to be happy when the Hulkster loses. Vice versa. They're not going to be happy when the Warrior loses. So it's risky.
Let's get to the match. Warrior comes out first and he runs to the ring, which is his normal routine. And Warrior said in a WWE release that he didn't want to ride in the cart, and he told someone in the office that he wasn't doing it. They tried to say, no, you have to. And he said, fuck it, I'm not doing it. And Vince agreed with Warrior. Do you have any memories of this sort of back and forth debate about whether or not to use the cart?
Vince had them both walk into the ring on their own. Vince had them both not using the cart from the start. So that's my recollection of it. There was never any intent. There was never any pitch from day one that either of those guys were going to go down in carts.
I need you to explain this line for me that Gorilla Monsoon used quite often, and he used it here too. The irresistible force meeting the immovable object.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
What the fuck is that?
That's kind of like steel hitting steel, I guess. Gorilla had a lot of those. Gorilla, man, I was listening, he had a lot of lines. I should have written them down because some of them were just doozies. That he would bury the baby faces without even meaning to. But Gino was Gino. When they talked about they make the announcement for the house, and Gorilla says, I don't know, Jess. They say it's 65,000. I think it could be maybe even 66,000. Gino, they just announced the fucking attendance.
At 67.
Yeah, whatever it is. But he increased it. Madison Square Garden holds 18,000 people. We got 23,000 and 28,000 plus here in the Garden tonight. Every time it would get bigger and just be the real number's impressive enough.
The real number that you say or the real number that Meltzer says?
Fuck Meltzer.
Bruce, we've got to talk about this. Somewhere early in the match, the guys do a test of strength, and Warrior loses and goes down to his knees, and he has his head in front of Hogan's crotch, and he starts shaking his head kind of left and right like, no, I'm not giving up, and his hair is shaking around, and we can't see this from the front. We see it from the other angle. It's everywhere online. I know you know what I'm talking about. What was the reaction from the boys when they see this? It has to be well received.
He should blow him while he's down there. A better case. Fuck it. About what you'd expect.
Somewhere in the match, Hogan goes to the outside selling a knee injury, and Gorilla calls it, quote, a temporary dislocation of the patella tendon. This comes on the heels of Sting suffering that knee injury. This is certainly a rib.
Oh, my God. Did Sting dislocated his patella? What, that's a rib that Sting's pulling because Gorilla says that 9 million times during any television show? Gorilla always said that kind of shit.
They end up having a match beyond all expectations here. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, and this is probably, in my opinion, Warrior's greatest performance ever.
You think this, even over his WrestleMania 7 match with Savage?
That was probably his second best. I think this was his best.
Of course, the Warrior pins Hogan after about 22 minutes. Hogan misses the leg drop, and Warrior hits him with a splash and gets the 1-2-3. Somebody told me, Bruce, and I call bullshit on this. Is this the first time Hogan's been pinned clean since 81? They said back then he was working as a heel and Tony Atlas pinned him, but this is the first time he was pinned clean in like 9 years. Do you understand that to be the case?
No, I don't think so, because he worked in AWA, he worked in Japan all that time, and working programs with Bockwinkel, and I don't know if it is or not, but I highly doubt it.
Did you, there's lots of rumor and innuendo here that Hogan kicks out at 3.5, 3.25. Is that Hogan being a dick? That's what people would have you believe online.
Why is that being a dig? Kicking out too late.
I don't know. A lot of people
you're in a match. You're trying to kick out.
Did Warrior fly to Hogan in Tampa to practice this match the week prior?
Yeah, they were in Tampa. Yes, I'm trying to think out where the hell they were. We got them together in Stamford first, and then I think the week before they were down in Tampa.
Who's the agent who puts this together, Pat?
Yeah.
Pat Patterson has said that both he and Vince went out into the arena to watch the match, and when Hogan was pinned, they both had tears in their eyes. It was emotional backstage, to say the least, according to Pat. Did everybody kind of have that feeling seeing Hogan pass the torch, that this was the end of an era, so to speak, and it was out of appreciation for what Hogan had done that people were shedding these tears?
It was very emotional because Hulk had been the man, and he had been the guy that had been carrying the company on his back for so long, and you're kind of seeing the end of an era. And I thought that he did it the right way, and the way that he did the job and everything that he did. So yeah, it was emotional when you're so much a part of that, to watch the guys and you know how much it means to them. Sure, very emotional. I think that there were a lot of people that felt that way.
Pat Patterson tells a story of no one being able to find the Warrior backstage after the match, and then he eventually found him in a broom closet crying alone. He was so happy to have accomplished this. Have you heard that story?
Yeah, I have, and Pat finding him, and he was very emotional. One of the only times I've ever seen Warrior emotional.
Let's talk about post-match for a minute. It's been debated forever. After the match, Hebner gives Warrior both belts, but Warrior gives the world title back and chooses to just pose with the yellow IC for a minute. By the way, it's worth mentioning, a fan in the Bronx owns that yellow Intercontinental belt. He bought it from Warrior years ago. Anyway, Hogan comes in and gets the world title from Hebner and gives it to Warrior himself. And Warrior giving the belt back to Hebner makes me think this was the plan all along, to have this belt presentation from Hogan handing it to Warrior. Do you know if the office approved that, or is this something Hogan would tell Warrior to do on his own?
Well, no, Hebner wasn't supposed to give him both belts. Hogan was supposed to get out and get the world belt and give it to Warrior.
That's the plan from the office.
Yeah.
Hogan had this to say in his book. Also, he had an interesting mystique about him. He talked about the mighty warriors in heaven and stuff like that. He had a pretty good rap, but when he got in the ring after he ran in and shook the ropes and stuff, he had no game. He had no wrestling psychology, and that's what it's all about, creating emotion. Great guy, nice guy, but really just a flash in the pan. Vince McMahon wanted Ultimate Warrior to beat me for the belt. I didn't agree with him. I didn't think this guy could carry the load. Then again, maybe I didn't give Vince a choice in the matter. By that time, my mind wasn't really focused on wrestling the way it should have been. 7 years of carrying the load as the main guy had taken its toll on me. I was tired, and I was starting to get hurt a lot. I was beat. I should have told Vince I needed a break. I should have said, hey, I'm hurt. Everybody else took time off. I should have looked in the mirror and said, hey, man, you're human. You can only push yourself so far. Instead, I kept wrestling. And the more it ground on me, the more my attitude started to suck. So when Vince wanted to hand the title to Ultimate Warrior, it was because he could see that down the road to a time when he might not be able to depend on Hulkamania and need to switch gears. I agreed that I would lose the belt to the Ultimate Warrior, but I made sure we had one hell of a match. Just when it looked like it was over, I kicked out of his finish. Then I pinned him, and he kicked out of my finish. At the end of the night, the referee was supposed to get the belt from the timekeeper and give it to the Ultimate Warrior. But this was my chance to steal back everything that he had just gotten from me. So I zipped over to the timekeeper and ripped the belt out of his hand. Then I walked to the ring apron with the belt, looked to God, shook my head yes, walked into the ring, and handed the Ultimate Warrior the belt. As I left the arena, 68,000 people in the Sky Dome watched me go. Ultimate Warrior held the belt over his head in victory, and no one cared. It turned out I was right about Ultimate Warrior. He couldn't carry the load as heavyweight champion, not the way Hulk Hogan had. Vince's attempt to move in a different direction hadn't been the success he'd hoped it'd be. Your thoughts?
Well, as far as the belt handing off at the end, there was always a plan for Hulk to go out and get the belt and present it to the Warrior. And that's what we discussed in the production meeting. That's what we all had laid out. So that was the plan. I mean, the plan was to give Hulk rest and to get him some time off and to bring him back and do the angle with Earthquake. So Hulk's got his version, and that's what it is. He's the Hulkster.
When he's leaving on the ring cart, the camera's shooting him a lot.
Yeah.
On his ride back.
We're telling the story about the immortal Hulk Hogan, and that's where we christened him the Immortal.
That is when Jesse Ventura has a line that says something like, "I do believe Hulkamania will live forever." That's right. That's a pre-scripted line, not Jesse freestyling.
Yep.
Allegedly, after the pay-per-view, Hogan was in the limo with Vince and others, but didn't say a word during the drive. Were you in the limo with him, or did you hear about what went on inside of the limo, or can you poke holes in that rumor and innuendo?
Well, we were all staying in the Sky Dome Hotel, which was an elevator ride up.
So there's no limo?
Not that I recall.
Okay.
We were in the Sky Dome Hotel. It was an elevator down, and we took a service elevator that got us into the Sky Dome itself.
Did they have the WrestleMania after party in 1990, or is that not a thing yet?
No.
So what does everybody do? So after the show, everybody's finished, and you're getting on this service elevator. Everybody just goes to the room and goes to bed?
No, I go to the bar in the hotel.
Was Hogan in the bar at the hotel?
God, I don't remember.
Was Warrior?
Probably not. Warrior didn't. That wasn't his bag.
What's the general feeling amongst the boys at the bar afterwards? Goddamn, I hope it works.
I mean, it's a high after a big show. I think there were a lot of doubters thinking that Warrior wouldn't be able to carry the ball. There was concern before WrestleMania whether or not he'd be able to carry the ball. So, everybody is going to want to tear you down as soon as you get put on the pedestal. Everybody's trying to knock you down. So I'm sure there was a lot of second guessing, but for the most part, you're coming off of a high, you're coming off of a big show. Man, have a drink, smoke a joint, have a good time.
Do you remember any of the boys or any of the office armchair quarterbacking the decision at the bar afterwards?
Not that I remember, no.
Do you remember there being any debate the day of the show with anyone in the office as to whether or not this was the right decision?
The only person that I really remember having issue with it and speaking to Vince directly about it was Ted DiBiase. And there might have been other guys that felt that Warrior just wasn't the guy and wouldn't be able to carry the championship the way Vince thought he could, and felt that Vince saw something else in the Warrior and that other people didn't see what Vince saw, put it that way.
What do you say to the folks who wanted a rematch? Why was there never a rematch in the WWF? I mean, we got one in WCW, and we all wish we could forget that, but why do you think it never happened here?
Well, monetarily wise, it wasn't a huge success. It didn't do as well as the previous year with Randy and Hulk. So I think Vince learned his lesson at that point, not really wanting to put two baby faces in the ring. The next time that we came close to that was Steve and Rock years later.
Let's talk about that. WrestleMania 6 did a $3.5 million gate, and it did like a 3.8% buy rate, which is down from 5.9% the year before, but it's still well ahead of what you guys would do at 7 at 2.8. So let's break down the numbers. That means WrestleMania 6 did 560,000 buys, and that's down from 767,000 buys for WrestleMania 5. So you could certainly see a downward trend by more than 200,000 buys. But they would even lose an additional 160 from 6 to 7 because 7 only comes in at 400. I take it that you would believe that Vince thought that the number was a disappointment and didn't meet expectations financially.
It was a disappointment in comparison to the previous year, yeah.
Well, but I mean,
you take your two biggest stars and you put them against each other. The hope was that you would do better than you did the previous year. Business was good, and it didn't.
You brought him back in January of '96, and there's rumor and innuendo out there that originally it was supposed to be Goldust and Razor Ramon at WrestleMania 12, and you had to pivot. So if that wasn't the original plan, what was the original plan for Piper before we got to Goldust?
Well, the original plan. What time is it?
It's Miller time.
The original plan was Goldust and Razor Ramon. The pivot was Roddy Piper. Razor didn't want to work with Goldust.
Right.
He was uncomfortable working with Goldust and had major issues doing anything with Goldust. So we thought, okay, what else can we do? Now, in the meantime, there was this other celebrity, we'll call him a celebrity, out there in the world who was red hot in many, many ways.
Marilyn Manson?
No. We did talk to Marilyn Manson, though, at one point. No. Keep coming. Come on.
I don't know.
He's got initials.
Everybody does.
Yeah. But he went by his initials.
I don't know.
It's a favorite fruit of Florida.
Oh, O.J. Simpson. Okay.
O.J. Simpson had been cleared on all charges and found not guilty in the murder of his ex-wife. And there was a sentiment in the country that he needed to get what was coming to him. He needed some comeuppance.
Are you about to tell me that the original plan was O.J. Simpson to have a segment where Piper gave him the what for at WrestleMania and there was a pivot?
No.
Okay.
The original plan was for O.J. Simpson to have a match at WrestleMania.
Oh, my.
Against the Hot Rod.
This is real.
This is real. And I remember calling Roddy and pitching Roddy the idea, which he was for. We had preliminary talks with O.J. Simpson's people who, at that point, they were looking for anything that had a paycheck attached to it. We floated the idea out there. We did talk to O.J.'s people. I talked to Piper about it. Piper was on board. We were bringing him back in to get involved in everything. And if you remember, and if you go back in the early time of Piper's reemergence, he does make comments about O.J. Simpson. And he makes comments about, right and wrong in America and what's going on, and that he's here to make things right in the WWF. The end game to that was going to be the one-off and have Piper beat the shit out of O.J. Simpson at WrestleMania in Anaheim, California.
Right.
Once that started getting out beyond the inner circle of O.J. Simpson's people and out in Hollywood, the backlash was deafening. People were, if you do this, you'll never have another sponsor. Just extremely, extremely negative. So we punted and said, thank you, but no thank you, OJ. We're not interested. They thought, and we thought that also in the end game, OJ getting the shit kicked out of him would satisfy some people.
Nope.
And as those words come out of my mouth, you realize how ridiculous that is today. But you always have to try something on.
I can't.
Even if it sounds ridiculous, but it's like, well, goddamn, Piper's going to beat the shit out of him in the fourth match on the card. Everyone will be happy then. And then you sit back and you put yourself in the Goldman's position, and you put yourself in Nicole Brown Simpson's family's position of saying, fuck that. Short of being dead or in prison, nothing's going to satisfy anybody.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because right now I really want to ask you to be Vince McMahon and play through that, but part of me is like, ugh, let's just move on.
Yeah, it was distasteful then. It's distasteful now. But we did a lot of distasteful things sometimes. And, we do on this show, but weekly.
Damn it, there are lines. That's a line. We're not doing that one.
Goddamn, pal.
Don't tease me.
Pronouns.
When you know what? Fuck it. Sing the song.
Spend my days working hard on the go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight.
Tell you what, that'll fix your mood right there.
Goddamn right it would. Man, it makes me tingly all over every time those melodic melodies come out my mouth.
I'm gonna move along. When does Razor start to raise a stink about working with Goldust? February?
January, February, yeah. Right in that area. We went to Bangor, Maine to actually shoot the angle at a house show. And Razor just didn't want to do it. He was uncomfortable doing it. And did it half-assed. So the thought was, you know what? His heart's not in it. He doesn't want to do it. He's not going to do it well. So let's move on. Let's find someone that does want to do it. Because Goldust was red hot at the time.
Bangor, Maine is January 13th, 1996. On that show, we had Goldust working Henry O. Godwin, and we had Razor Ramon working Hunter Hearst Helmsley. So there you go. There's your frame of reference for when it happened. So kind of talk us through how the pitch goes down for Roddy. Hey, pal, we don't have OJ. No, by the way, what did Piper think of OJ? I mean, you know what I mean. I mean, the idea of working a match. Let me be clear. I want to frame that right.
Well, the idea was he wanted to beat the shit out of him.
Well, yeah,
that's
of course.
A shoot. I mean, that's a shoot. Roddy wanted to beat the shit out of him. So the pitch, and by the way, the pitch always was, OJ, you're going to get the shit beat out of you. But you'll make a lot of money off of it. And Piper's pitch, not pit, was, I'm going to beat the shit out of him. So he was fine with that. He was fine with that part. But it never, it didn't get past the conversation stages, and we moved on. After Razor didn't want to do the match with Goldust, and we had it laid out to go all the way through WrestleMania 12, said, okay, well, we'll find somebody that does. But we were looking for something that would be a little bit different rather than just a straight match. So I said that with a straight face, a straight match, with Goldust.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, So, and by the way, that wasn't a rip. We started kicking around some different ideas about what we could do with them and how that match could be different. They, being Goldust, was associated with Hollywood and the gold and the Oscar statue and all that nonsense. And Piper was, Mr. Hollywood, having done movies and being a Hollywood star, so we could position him that. And I think it was Vince's idea to, what if we did, a backlot brawl? What if we went to a backlot in Hollywood and just had a fight with all the props and all the accoutrements that you're afforded on a Hollywood lot? And then from there, the immediate kickback was this, well, shit, then they don't have a match in front of the people. He's, no, goddamn pal. They start on the back lot, and then they get to the arena. Finish the match in the arena. So as we start talking about all this shit, that, okay, we do this backlot brawl, we shoot it in Hollywood, and then the match ends up in the ring in Anaheim, and we start just throwing out, which is always dangerous when Vince is involved, you start throwing out goofy ideas.
Right.
So what if Goldust takes off in his gold Cadillac and Piper follows him? And we do like the OJ chase, because that was still fresh in everyone's mind. The white Bronco going down the freeway there in California, in L.A. And it was pretty much a similar route. And we start laughing. Oh my God, what if we got the rights, or we got that footage? We just used that footage of the white Bronco. We put Piper in a white Bronco, and Roddy comes down and follows Goldust all the way to the arena.
Right.
So that was the framework of the whole deal. And we shot the Backlot Brawl a week in advance, a week ahead of WrestleMania. We got Mitch Ackerman, for any of you Hollywood types out there. Mitch Ackerman is a producer with Walt Disney, done a lot of things, but Mitch was always backstage, and he was a friend that would enable us to do shit. And Larry Burton, which Jerry Lawler will like. But we set up a Backlot Brawl. We set up a studio in Hollywood to have this fight. And we brought in different Hollywood people to kind of be around, and they would be our audience of the Backlot Brawl. So if you remember, I think we started inside, and then we got out to the driveway in between with the fire hose, and Goldust had his Cadillac. But we didn't know what the weather was going to be, so we had this is how crazy shit was. We had the fire hose. You know why the fire hose was there?
Because you had to wet everything down in case it was raining that day at WrestleMania, and it would look consistent.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
And we had people. You could actually see me in a couple of shots up on top of the roof when they pan across and see people up there watching. But it was absolutely crazy, because if you know Roddy's whole thing, especially with Hollywood folks, when he did his wrestling stuff, that was real. And you don't fuck with his wrestling. You don't make fun of him. You don't call him a fake. You don't say what he does is a work or anything else. So Roddy and Goldust are beating the living shit out of each other.
For real.
For real. They're not stuntmen. It wasn't a gimmick car. Sure as hell wasn't a gimmick fire hose.
He really hit him. He really jumped on the hood.
He really hit him and really jumped on the hood. He really peeled out of the parking lot and hit two Lexus on the way out that were some producers of a Fuller House, or I don't know. It was a sitcom that was taping in a studio across the way. And when Goldust came out around the corner, his car swung out and hit two Lexuses. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of explaining to do.
Any heat on Dustin for that?
There was a lot of heat on us for that. That's for damn sure. Yeah, the studio was not happy with us at all.
I meant Vince.
I'm sorry, what, from Vince to Goldust?
Yeah.
No, man, it made it look real. He loved it.
Okay.
So they do it, and in the midst of this battle, Piper broke his wrist. It was a good break too, but he kept going. So you see at the end of the fight where Roddy's kind of holding, I think it was his right wrist, and he had a broken wrist, probably a broken arm too, but the wrist was the really bad break. And they get in the cars and they take off. Well, that night we had to go. Me, Vince, and Roddy spent a couple hours in the ER there in L.A. in Hollywood, getting Roddy X-rays and getting the cast put on his wrist and all that good shit. But then we had to go, a week later and have the end of the match in Anaheim. So as we get to Anaheim, we've got the white Bronco that Roddy took off on and the gold Cadillac that Goldust had. So we have there in Anaheim, there's a ramp in the back that comes down. There's a guard shack there. And the idea was Goldust obviously enters first and Roddy comes behind. Well, Roddy had in his head that he wanted to wreck the Cadillac. He wanted to ram the Cadillac. And Vince was like, no fucking way. No, we're not going to do that. You're not a stunt guy. I don't want you getting hurt any worse than you already are. And we're not doing that. So Roddy and Goldust decide amongst themselves that when Goldust gets, and we're doing this live, by the way, with not Stuntman, with two wrestlers.
You're saying live, you mean live to tape?
No. I'm saying live.
Okay.
Live.
Okay.
So they're coming down, and we've got everything clear. And Roddy and Goldust decide amongst themselves that, okay, we're not going to wreck the car. But Roddy told Goldust when he gets out to leave his car door open. And Roddy wanted to come behind it and take the door off, ram into the door.
Yeah.
Well, Goldust tries to leave the door open, but it still went halfway shut, and Roddy didn't get the shot that he wanted. But the other thing you'll notice is because when we left the Backlot Brawl, where Roddy broke his hand and his wrist, and then they get to the arena, Roddy can't go out and work with his wrist the way it is. He's got to tape it up. So you see Roddy grab tape on the way in and start taping up his wrist.
Right.
To go to the ring and get all that done, and they had their stuff, and that's where we stripped Goldust down, and he was wearing the women's lingerie. But getting to that point, oh my God, it was just a nightmare. When you think back and you go back from Razor and Goldust, that was going to be a big blow off there, to Roddy and Goldust do something special, the Backlot Brawl, and all the bullshit that went into it. Having to have, and one of the deals that was made on the Backlot Brawl was that we had to put Jeff Connolly, the guy from Grease, Hickey from Kanicki, famous actor. He was also in Taxi. That he had to have a cameo in the Backlot Brawl. So it was basically Roddy saying, "Hey, how you doing there, buddy? Good to see ya." And that was his cameo in the Backlot Brawl. A little bit of trivia.
Chat me up about the build for the Goldust thing, because you guys did some kind of interesting stuff with him at the time. You had him asking to blow on Piper's bagpipe, and you had him on the a makeshift Piper's Pit, and he talked about how he had an eruption watching this. You know, lots of double entendre, lots of sexual innuendo, since everybody says we use that word inappropriately here on the show. Was Piper for all of this? He got it. Why was he game for it when maybe Razor wasn't?
Roddy liked money.
Let's get to the Hell in a Cell. Before we do that, we should mention that they're doing an interview backstage with Doc Hendricks, Shawn Michaels, Triple H, Chyna, and Rick Rude. We've got everybody out there. And Michaels very sarcastically says this match isn't for his coveted European title and that it will stay with him. And he wipes his head. And he's sort of making light of the title, or so it seems, with that comment. And then when Hunter goes to say something, they cut away and do a crowd shot instead. What do you remember of this interview? It feels like there's more to it than what we see here.
What do you mean more to it? I thought that the interview was great. It was exactly what we were building to, and it was to build that rivalry with Bret and Shawn, and for Shawn to be able to go into November talking about the only reason that Bret now is actually in the main event is because he's with Shawn. That was part of the story. That was part of the whole issue. I thought it was excellent. I laughed my ass off through the whole thing, just loving every bit of it.
Whose idea was it to put Undertaker and Shawn together? Obviously, you have a natural story from the SummerSlam angle with Shawn working as the referee and costing Undertaker the title. But are you guys just sitting around one day and say, wow, we've never put them together? What would that look like? And that's it.
Thinking about just great matchups and something new when you're looking for opponents for The Undertaker, which brings us here. We didn't have a lot of opponents for The Undertaker, and we hadn't done anything with Shawn yet. So it was an opportunity to put those two together. Let's see how they gelled. And holy cow, man, we had magic.
Let's talk a little bit about the backstage situation at the time, because Shawn Michaels, according to the rumor and innuendo, had a lot of heat with the Clique back in the day, but now most of those guys are gone, except Triple H is still here. We know what the backstage relationship was like with Bret and Shawn. Do you know if Shawn had any significant heat with anyone else in the locker room or the office at the time?
At this time, Shawn was kind of keeping to himself with Hunter and doing his own thing. Shawn always had residual heat just for the way that he did things. In particular, like the interview that he did, people took that as a shoot. They took that as Shawn. Oh God, Shawn's just trying to get under Bret's skin as a shoot. They forget that this is entertainment, folks,
right,
and that we're telling a story here. And the fact that we're telling this story on television, shouldn't that tell you that it's a story? This is what we're doing. The problem was Bret took it personal. Bret took it seriously and felt, he's saying those things to get under my skin. Yes, Bret, he is. He's saying those things to get under the Heartbreak Kid, saying those things to get under the Hitman's skin. It's a story. And all too often people take what is said on television as, oh, well, that's personal and that's real and they're just trying to get to me, when in reality it's all about making money and trying to make a story more interesting. And if the performers in the back believe it and they're selling it, then you know the audience is going to believe it and sell it the same way.
What was the feeling on Hunter Hearst Helmsley at the time? Did he have any heat backstage? Did Vince see him as a player? Did Vince think at this point he was a mid-card guy? What's everybody thinking about Hunter Hearst Helmsley at this point?
I think for the most part, he had kind of come out of the doghouse since the whole whatever incident that they did in the Garden. He was out of the doghouse and he was coming into his own, and Vince felt that if he was going to get over, he was going to get over with Shawn. So there were high hopes for him. There were people, Jim Cornette in particular, that felt that Hunter was a mid-card guy at best, but he was having the matches that he had with Cactus Jack. He was tearing the houses down, and he was showing that, hey, I can go. And I think Hunter was trying to get out of Shawn's shadow a little bit, but he also knew that he needed Shawn to get in the spotlight.
Right.
So they complemented each other, and we were hoping that, man, we've got another star out of this thing.
Let's get to the match. They say the winner of this match will go on to Survivor Series to face the WWF champion. Shawn Michaels is out first, and in tow are Hunter Hearst Helmsley, Chyna, and Rick Rude. Then The Undertaker comes out, and Taker dominates the early part of the match. And a few minutes into it, Shawn was yelling at Vince, and Vince said something like, "Everything is my fault these days." Just kind of an interesting comment, because we all know what's going on behind the scenes. Meltzer's pretty high on the match. It goes 29 minutes and 59 seconds. And he called it an absolute classic, must-see, probably 5-star match. Michaels did everything, and then even more than everything. What did you think of the match? I know we're going to break down some of the different spots, but watching this for the first time in a long time, does this still hold up as much as you imagined?
10,000 stars.
I mean, it's really hard to argue. This is one of the best matches in company history. I mean, and probably one of the best matches I've ever seen.
You know, it's you and I talked. You and I were talking about something else when I was watching this match, and I said to you, "God, Undertaker hadn't when at the point, Undertaker hadn't even made his entrance yet. And I said, God, Shawn Michaels is so good. This match, from start to finish, from the entrances, Shawn made everything mean something. From the time that he asked Hunter and Chyna and Rick Rude to get out of the ring so the cage could come down, to Shawn selling the cage coming down, to Undertaker getting in the ring, and the methodical way that Undertaker stalked Shawn. And they did not rush anything. It was all just methodical. There was no wasted movement. There was no wasted BS just to do something to do it. Every single movement in that match by every participant meant something and was pulled off to a T. The simple just psychology of Undertaker not having to rush. Shawn had nowhere to go. He's locked inside of a cell. And Taker not rushing and stalking him, walking slowly, just, slowly he walked. And then Shawn trying to flee, and then Shawn selling on his face. Oh, my God, I've got nowhere to go. What the hell am I going to do? Do I climb up the cage? Oh, shit, there's a top up there. It was put together to sell every single element of that. We even sold, the early bump with the cameraman in Shawn's face. So now there's cameramen inside the cell.
Right.
And that Shawn's already frustrated with them. My God, he said, get out of my fucking face. Ooh, we weren't supposed to hear that.
Right.
That's Shawn being an asshole because, he's really a dick in real life. He does those things just to piss Vince off. And then, later on, it was when the cameraman got taken out. It was, ooh. The lines of reality were blurred so much that everybody sat there and went, is it real? Is it not? Is it entertainment? And it was real entertainment.
Some of the spots in this that really are just something to see. Undertaker throws Shawn over the top rope to the floor, and Shawn lands on his hip on the outside. That's not something anybody should ever do. They do a powerbomb spot on the outside of the ring, and Shawn, to sort of counteract it, holds the cage and starts punching the Undertaker. But then the Undertaker manages to tear the grip loose and then sort of slam him into the cage. They do the pile driver onto the steps, with Shawn delivering the pile driver onto the steps. When they finally get out of the ring, before they do the table spot, or of course everybody remembers, they go to the top of the cage, and then he's throwing Shawn off of the side, and then Shawn, kind of standing on the side of the cage, has his hand stomped, and then he does what is at that time probably the most spectacular bump in the company's history, right, Bruce?
Absolutely. And you go back even before that. You go to the bump with the cameraman, and Shawn, beating the hell out of the cameraman. So we've got to get people, we've got to now unlock the cage to get people in to get the cameraman out, which this is Shawn's opportunity to get the hell out of the cage. He can escape. He sees an opening. He gets out. Taker chases him down. Shawn does a drop kick on concrete to the Undertaker. And, that gets missed. And then he goes for the second drop kick, and Taker catches him. And that's where Shawn takes the bump into the cage, to where he comes back up all bloodied and just bleeding like a stuck pig. The climb up the cage, the way that Undertaker had his foot, it just was so masterfully done. It wasn't a spot fest. And then Taker climbing up that damn cage looked like a cat going up the cage. And again, they didn't have to rush. They got on top of the cage and took their time. And the shots from Krista Fury was the cameraman, the handheld cameraman that was in the ring with his camera pointing up through the top of the cage, and you see the blood dripping down from Shawn's face onto the camera. And you can even hear the cameraman say, oh, shit. when the blood hits. It was all those little nuances. And then, as you just lay it out, the bump. Shawn taking the bump off the side of the cage through the table was spectacular. And Taker didn't rush it. Shawn didn't rush it. They went through, took another bump on the table, and then now time to get back in. Now you're going to, now we're going home. Now you're going to die. And then the coup de grace, the finish.
Before you get there, the slingshot from the outside into the cage where Shawn gets color, is that one of the best moments for that? I don't know. I know you get weird when I talk about it, but Shawn got so much blood here, and the visual of him just covered in blood, thrown from one end of the arena to the other in every possible way, against the cage, on top of the cage, off the cage, and the way he does it on the way up, to where as soon as he hits the cage, I mean, Shawn's one of the greatest, if not the greatest wrestler of all time, and this match proves it, does it not?
Wholeheartedly. And you look at little things like that explain it all. And I dare say, even for a cage match, hey, I loved it. And I'm an old school guy that loved a lot of blood and everything. It was a lot of blood.
Yeah.
Maybe too much, but at the same time, for that match, for the first Hell in a Cell, it set the tone and it set the bar extremely high for anybody to try and follow that.
Well, let's talk about, before we get to what we're going to go to, I guess, there's lots of rumor and innuendo about who the cameraman was. Do you recall who the cameraman was in this match?
I think it was just a local guy.
Yeah, an independent worker. And then whose idea was the Hell in a Cell? You kept saying it's not a cage match, it's a Hell in a Cell when we first started recording here, which is obviously a Vince McMahon-ism, where he doesn't want to call it a cage. He wants to call it a Hell in a Cell. Was he the guy who originally named it?
I believe it was Vince's name, Vince McMahon's name, to come up, because it had to do with The Undertaker, and you wanted to make the structure ominous, dark and ominous. So I believe, I'm almost 99% sure it was Vince McMahon who came up with the Hell in a Cell. They wanted to make it different. They wanted to be able to make it so that they could work on the outside of the ring, but still have nowhere to go. And a cage match can be so restrictive because all you've got is the inside of the ring to work. But then as they got there, it was Pat Patterson who was like, wow, I don't know why we got to get out of the cage. Why can't we get out of this? Because it's a fucking cage. It's a Hell in a Cell. We're talking about this monstrous structure that there's only one way in and one way out, and you can't escape the thing once you're locked in. Shawn had this idea of taking this damn bump. You had to get out of the cage to do it. And Pat came up with what if somebody gets hurt inside? We must get them out. And when the door is open, the silly little bastard, he sees them, and bang, and I'm out. And fuck you, Undertaker. But then he comes, he's got nowhere to go. He climbs up to the top. And Undertaker, boom, off the cage. So it was Shawn wanting to take the bump and Shawn wanting to do more. And he wanted to do it all around the structure of the cage. So as much as I hated it, I loved it. I loved the execution of it.
So let's talk about it. Finally, they're both in the cage. And after the ref bump, the Undertaker uses a choke slam off the middle rope and a hard chair shot to the top of the head. And the lights go out. And Paul Bearer comes out. And can you recreate the call that Vince McMahon has here?
Probably not, because I hated it. That must be. Oh my! That's gotta be Kane. That's gotta be Kane. well, it's got to be Kane.
Why didn't you like that?
What's that?
Why didn't you like that?
First of all, I wanted silence. I wanted, who is that? And then I just wanted the theater of the mind. Yeah, it's got to be Kane. But how do you know that? I mean, I didn't want it to be Kane until Undertaker and Kane had that look in the ring.
Right.
And Kane did the puppy dog tilt and Taker did the Kane, and then say, oh my God, I think he just said, that's got, and then do it. I wanted the anticipation to last that entire time, from the music, the blackout in the music, until the face-off in the ring, to where it's Undertaker who is the first one to say, to look in his eyes and go, Kane. And the commentators will say, oh my God, that's Kane. So I think Vince just, felt it at the time and felt it needed more, and it needed to people to know that was Kane. I think everybody knew it was Kane.
Right.
I just didn't think he needed to say it as many times as they said it before he got to the ring.
I don't know why, but it tickles me that gets you fired up.
It does. Well, it's storytelling, and it's what they do now.
Right.
As you notice now, a lot of times they do stay silent, and they do let the story just develop in front of your very eyes. And the feeling was that the revelation and the unveiling was when Undertaker looks in his brother's eyes and realizes he's alive.
Let's talk about the end of the match here, and then we'll go back and kind of set the stage for Kane. So Kane, of course, here uses a tombstone on the Undertaker, which allows Shawn to score the pin. And there's rumor and innuendo that, and you can, I guess, see it when it happens, as Kane picks up the Undertaker with the tombstone, maybe his mask moved and he couldn't really see exactly where he was. He's supposed to be giving this tombstone towards the hard camera, but he pivots a few times trying to find it before delivering it. Do you know exactly what happened?
Well, no, he got him up, and when he got him up, they were facing a profile on the hard cameras. He just had to turn to get to the hard camera. When he picked him up, instead of picking him up and having him set on the hard camera, he picked him up and got him set, and then realized he needed to turn to the hard camera.
Let's talk a little bit about, obviously, Shawn gets the win here with Kane delivering this tombstone pile driver. Shawn throws the arm over. The ref makes a very slow 1, 2, 3, and the bloody, beaten, and battered Shawn Michaels has somehow come out victorious, and now he's not only the European champion, but he's heading to Survivor Series to challenge for the world title. Lots of stuff going on here. The blood dropping on the camera through the cage, the cameraman spot, ripping the door off, the Undertaker. Obviously, this isn't the last match between the Undertaker and Shawn Michaels. As you may recall, that following January, they would have a casket match at the Royal Rumble, and that's where Shawn would really ultimately injure his back and wind up causing a big pause in his wrestling career. And I think most of us remember the two classic WrestleMania matches they had at WrestleMania 25 and 26, most of which people call the match at 25 one of the greatest wrestling matches of all time. So if for whatever reason you've never seen this, I can't encourage you enough. Go out of your way to watch this Hell in a Cell match from Bad Blood. One of the best matches, if not the best match from 1997, and a favorite of mine. Still, after all these years, my favorite Hell in a Cell match. As a reminder, the month before at Ground Zero is when we first saw Undertaker do the tope, the dive over the top rope. And now, here we are at Hell in a Cell. So these guys keep turning the volume up every single time they wrestle. And this match was masterful. Nothing that Bruce and I say to put it over here is strong enough. Go watch it if you haven't already. Let's talk a little bit about the genesis, though, of the Hell in a Cell cage, the actual design. Cornette has gone on record as saying that he was always a big fan of one of the cage concepts they did down in Memphis. So down there, they had a big cage that would go not just on the ring, but around the ring, which would allow, you could go under the ring, people could come out from under the ring, you could drag weapons out. And he also liked the War Games cage because it had a top on it. And obviously that's pretty popular because War Games is coming back after all these years to the NXT TakeOver before Survivor Series. So it was his idea, according to Cornette, to combine the two. And he liked this as a way to debut Kane because they had done something similar to this in Knoxville years prior to this when Doug Furness, who was a strongman, came down to the ring and ripped the door off a cage to make the save. So Cornette is suggesting here that Kane should debut by ripping the door off to really get his power and strength over, and then go ahead and have a face-to-face with The Undertaker and tombstone him. How do you remember the actual mechanics of the debut here? We're going to do a Hell in a Cell, and the Hell in a Cell is really to debut Kane? Is that the idea?
It was where we were going to debut Kane. It was a way to get Undertaker or Shawn over Undertaker without Shawn just having to beat the Undertaker. And it was a way to debut this new character and this new foe for the Undertaker.
I guess
it was perfect.
My point is, though, the actual concept of a match, the actual Hell in a Cell, was designed so Kane could rip the door off the cage. Like, here's this new monstrous thing that the WWE has constructed, and this new debuting powerhouse can destroy it too?
No, it just happened that way. It happened that the Hell in the Cell, and then how do you get Kane involved? And it's, well, he can rip the damn door off. And Jim Cornette was a part of the whole thing with the Hell in the Cell and the creation of the cage itself and the match and the whole 9 yards. And Jimmy, without a doubt, 100% involved in that. And a lot of that was his idea. I don't remember the furnace thing at all. You can go back, hell, if you wanted to. What was the name of the guy that WCW had go down and get the cage? RoboCop.
RoboCop, yeah.
Yeah, no, we ripped it off from RoboCop. No. Just kidding, folks.
I need that. We didn't. I need that to be the thing, that RoboCop was the original Kane. That Kane is a RoboCop ripoff. That's hilarious.
100%. Yes, I'm a big RoboCop fan.
He's a big guy. He's slow and prodding. He had lifts in his shoes. He had a half mask. He didn't sell much of shit.
And he bends steel.
He's bending steel. He's running for mayor. RoboCop's running for mayor.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. So let's talk about that. So Hell in a Cell is an idea that had, freestyle, when you think you guys first start talking about the concept of Hell in a Cell? Is this something that has been talked about for years, or a month out, 6 weeks out?
No, probably 2 months out when we're getting to the first Shawn Undertaker match, and then the return. What do you do for a return? Is it a cage match? Do we do, what is there to do something different? And the different incarnations of the cage is what came up, and the evolution of Hell in a Cell.
Seems kind of silly, but is somebody sitting around drawing a sketch of this cage?
No.
So
probably Kevin Dunn's people when they had it built.
So who's describing this cage to whom when it's going into production?
I believe, and I'm trying to think, this is a living room conversation, and I want to say that we had it on speakerphone with Vince McMahon, Cornette, myself, I believe Russo was there too, and Vince explaining to Kevin, because at that time, Kevin or Steve Taylor maybe exactly what he wanted, and this is what we need constructed. It's got to go all the way around the mats on the outside of the ring, and it has a top, and I want it to be huge. At that time, it was so damn high. We never thought of anybody taking a bump off the damn thing.
Right.
The original concept was to keep people in, not nobody getting on top of the thing and doing these crazy bumps. So, as we got closer to it and everything, and we knew that was where Kane was going to debut, and as time went on, it became that. But no, it was the Hell in a Cell was not designed for something for Kane to destroy at all. It actually became a problem as to how do you get now Kane involved in this damn thing? It's like, well, he's a monster. He can rip the door off the damn cage. What people didn't see and what was supposed to happen as well was when you look back on when you watch it and you realize how important concussions are now. And especially with Kane, we added the big bang concussions when his flames would go off. But originally, when the music started and we got into the thing and Kane blew through the entryway there, if there had been a concussion, we had the entire, there were like cyclone fence, cage netting on the entrance. And we had this fire gel on that. And the stuff was supposed to burn right when he came out. It's supposed to go up in flames and stay on fire for the whole rest of the time. And that didn't work. We got like a little poof, and then it just kind of fizzled out. And then when Kane got in the ring and did the big gesture for the fire on the 4 corner posts, it's just so anticlimactic watching it today versus how it became with the big concussions and the big response and everything. I think it would have been a lot better if we had that, hindsight being 2020. But
a lot of people listening, when you say concussion, will think that you're talking about CTE. Tell them what you mean.
Well, a big boom. So when he makes the gesture for the fire and the fire goes off, you're a boom. That's a concussion. And the idea behind when Kane first came out from the entryway was to have a big boom and have the entire entryway be set on fire and continue to burn throughout the time until Kane made his exit. It burned a little bit, but not nearly like we wanted it to. Dealing with fire could always be tricky.
Let's talk about Kane.
All right, let's go to WrestleMania 13. It goes down March 23rd, 1997, Rosemont Horizon. We've talked about this long form in the archives. We'll hit the high notes here, though. Bret says he got to the arena about 10 a.m., and Vince had just told Austin about Bret's heel turn that day, and Austin and Bret just sat on the ring apron, sort of blankly staring at each other, and then they just started to put the match together. Bret told Steve, what would really make this a great match would be for you to get a little juice. And Steve said something like, I've never done that before, but would be willing to give it a try. And Bret said, I'd be the first guy to tell you never let someone cut you, but in this situation, you're going to have to trust me. I'll do it right. And Steve agreed. This is all directly out of Bret's book, but what I found interesting about this, Bruce, is I just watched Wrestle War 92, and Austin is bleeding a gusher. Do you remember Austin being nervous about bleeding here?
Well, no, and no one knew that they were getting color in this match, and it was not something that was approved by the office or anything else.
It's interesting to note that the next day on Raw, when they showed up, of course they meet with Vince in his office, and he asked them both if they purposely got juice. They both denied it. And Vince says Bret never asked, or Vince never asked Bret about it again, at least according to Bret. How much of this would have gotten discussion in the office? I mean, are guys fired up about this, or is the match good enough where people just sort of give it a pass?
Well, obviously it was given a pass, but yes, we did look at the tape and we did look at the ISO tapes and saw where Bret got it and where Bret gigged him. So it wasn't something that was even really hidden well from the cameras. And that was just kind of Vince, again, being a little disappointed that they lied to him. He gave him the opportunity, come clean. Just tell me if you did.
Of course, Bret made Austin pass out in the sharpshooter, and the referee, Ken Shamrock, stopped the match after about 22 minutes. An amazing match, 5 stars. really something else. Here's what Meltzer wrote. Austin began choking Hart with an extension cord, but Hart got the ring bell and clocked Austin with it. Hart finally got the sharpshooter on and held it for a long time. At one time, it appeared that Austin broke it, but Hart maneuvered back into position, and eventually Austin passed out from the pain, and Shamrock called the match. Hart still got a largely babyface pop for winning, but the crowd began to turn on him as he attacked Austin's knee after the match, which cemented Bret's heel turn. Shamrock then got behind him and suplexed him. Hart and Shamrock squared off, and then Hart backed off and left the ring. And this was the coup de grace and heel turn, and the crowd booed him heavily. Austin eventually revived, selling the knee big time, but still gave another ref a stone cold stunner and left the ring limping with the crowd chanting his name. This is one we'll remember for a long time. 5 stars. When Bret got to the back, he walked past Taker, who smiled and said something like, "Hell of a match, man. No chance in hell me and Sid are ever going to be able to top that." And we covered this match in our WrestleMania 13 episode, but I'm glad we got to talk about it again, Bruce, because this is my favorite WrestleMania match in history. And I think you could make the argument that it's top 3 all time, wouldn't you?
Yes, I would. And it is a textbook version of a double turn, but just, working your character, staying in character, and that being enough to take people on this wonderful ride that they did. Off the charts. Kudos to both guys, all 3 guys. Shamrock, I'll throw Shamrock in there too, who did a great job. First time in that big stage.
I know Austin has said in his book, this is probably his favorite match he's ever had, but what was the reaction backstage? Is everybody sort of in awe for this, or is everybody pissed off about the blood instead?
No, I'll tell you what, when it first happened, everybody thought that the blood was a hard way. Cause we didn't see, the bump on the outside where Bret got it and everything. So when Bret hit him with the, bell, we thought that, oh, hey, it's a hard way, but God, what drama. It's beautiful, man. This story that they're telling. I think everybody was more into the great story that they told and that roller coaster ride that they went on through that whole match. It's just, I'm gushing because that is one of my favorite matches of all time.
I think it's everybody's favorite. So let's talk about why we're here. It feels like we have, been building to this moment as we're over an hour into the show. The match that changed everything. The Undertaker gets a win over Mankind. It officially goes about 16 minutes in this Hell in a Cell match. I don't know. I mean, there's no way for us to really just talk about the match without talking about everything that led up to it and the memories of the match. And I feel like now's one of those times where I'm just going to I'm going to lay out and I'm going to let you talk about this from everything that was happening sort of behind the scenes that week. And then I'll chime in, because this is one of those stories that people have been asking about for a long time. I mean, Mick Foley has made this part of his tour all year, the 20 Years of Hell tour. He's been doing comedy clubs across the nation, and I think he's even going to take it to Australia later. And it's all about this match, really. It's maybe the most famous match in company history, certainly in this era. I mean, you could say Andre Hogan was bigger, but that was a little before my time. Here, this is as big as it was. I mean, people are still making references to it in a way they don't talk about any other match. So let's start from the beginning. When did you first hear that they were going to do Hell in a Cell, and sort of take us through all of this?
Well, leading up to it, there was a lot of talk about doing, at the time, it was Mankind and Stone Cold for the championship. And this would have been, had we gone with that match, it would have been, I believe, the 3rd time that Steve and Mick Foley would have worked. And I just don't think that
in a row on pay-per-view.
Yeah. And there wasn't I don't want to say there wasn't any confidence in it, but Vince McMahon didn't feel that attraction for a 3rd time was what we needed. And he wanted to do something different. He wanted to shake it up, and he wanted to do unpredictable and something nobody would ever call, which is what they did with Kane. So leading up to that, then you get to the point of, okay, then what the hell do you do with Mick? We've been building Mick with Steve, and then now Undertaker really doesn't have a dancing partner. So I think it was Vince McMahon who was like, why not do, Mankind and Taker one more time, put him in the cage and put him in the confines of this monstrous cage and have that epic fucking match.
Well, it's also mentioned, Foley wrote about this, of course, in his book, that Russo breaks the news to him, quote, "Cactus, we're just concerned the audience won't buy another match with you and Steve." And originally this was supposed to be the blow off with Mankind Austin in the cage. So Mankind sort of assumes, okay, well, I'm out of the cell, and he gets good news from Russo. Oh no, you're still in the cell. They're just going to do it with the Undertaker. But in Mankind's mind, Mick Foley's mind at the time, he's got to be not overjoyed with that either, because he went from working with the tippy top guy who's got a staph infection to now the not as hot guy, but still a major guy, but a guy you've had 6 pay-per-view matches with. And oh, by the way, he can't walk. He's got a jacked up ankle.
Right. And I think that Mick kind of felt, what the hell do I do now? And both guys, Taker felt the same way. Taker kind of felt like, what else do we have to do that we haven't already done? And you put him in the cell, and now that raises expectations, as, there had been this Shawn Michaels and Undertaker great cell match that everybody is raving about. How do you top that? And that was Mick Foley's mindset, is how in the fuck do I top what Undertaker did with Shawn Michaels? So as legend has it, I believe, and I'd always thought it was a lot of Mick Foley, but it was Mick Foley and Terry Funk going back and just talking about, what the hell can we do? What can I do to make this match different? How do we take this to the next level? And the funny thing was Mick, after watching the match, was kind of like, there's nothing we can do. What the fuck? How do you top this match? And as legend has it, it was Terry Funk that said to him, start the match on top of the cage.
Which you would think when you hear that, where the fuck do we go from there? If we're starting on top, where do we go from there? Now, if you haven't watched the first Hell in a Cell, you really should go watch that, because Undertaker Shawn Michaels really set a new precedent. I know you hate it, but Meltzer gave it 5 stars, and that match is tremendous. We've covered it in our archive, somethingtowrestle.com. And even Mankind would write in his book that when he watched this match with Terry, that Terry said, "Cactus, that's going to be difficult to beat." And so he suggests starting at the top. And I think everybody naturally thinks, well, where do you go from there?
Goddamn kid, just get on the top of the fucking cage. Start it up there. Make that big bastard chase you. Well, not only where the hell do you go from there? My first question when I'm hearing is, how the fuck do you even get there at the beginning? You got to get there at some point. And when I heard what they had laid out, it's kind of like, okay, then what? You throw him off the cage. He takes this great bump. That should be the end. That's the finish. Where the fuck do you go from there? And when Mick says, we're going to climb back up and go back up to the top, but you just got thrown off through a fucking table. Then what? We're going to go through the cage. Wait a minute. You're starting on top of the cage. You're getting thrown off. Then you're going to climb back on top of the cage. You can completely kill the bump that you just fucking took.
Yep.
And then you're going to go through the fucking cage.
Yep.
To the ring.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't fucking get it. But as they laid it out and you start talking about it, the way when you tell somebody, like I just told you, it's like, okay, start on top. Bam, we're going to have a fight on top of the cage. I've got a fucking chair. King Cancun, boom, big bump off the fucking top. Boom, go carry him out. You come down off the cage. They think I'm done. I come back, jump up on the fucking top of the cage. We go again. This time, you choke slam me through the fucking cage. It doesn't make sense. However, when you watch how they did it and the time, when Mick Foley took the initial bump, the first bump off the top of the fucking cell, he didn't move. He just laid there like a sack of shit and did not fucking move. Jim Ross's call on that was, oh my God, he's broken in half. Good God, he's broken in half. You believed it. And the way they shot it and got off of it, shot it and got off of it, because it gave you the impression that, oh my God, he's not moving. He could very well be dead. And that was a scary thing. And Mick took it so damn well that no one really knew, other than Terry when he got down there and made sure he was okay. But Mick separated his fucking shoulder on the bump. And he thought that was, well, that's okay. I just separated my shoulder. Then they go through and everybody talks about all that, the bump. Everybody thinks that bump from the top of the cage through the table, what a horrific bump is. The bump, the scary bump, the bad bump was the bump he took off the top of the cage onto that fucking concrete ring that we used to have. And that wasn't supposed to happen that way either. The original idea behind the bump in the ring was when they got back up to the top of the cage, that they fought on top of the cage until Taker picks Mick up and goes to slam him through the cage. And when he choke slams him, a little bit of the cage gives, and you see it give. And Taker looks down, and Mick's there, and he picks Mick back up, takes him back up again, and choke slams him a second time. And more of the cage gives. And the people are watching, and they're seeing the cage start to sink from the top, and Foley's body weight is starting to come down and shit. And Taker reaches over and fucking on that third time, hopefully, and now he crashes through. But it wouldn't have been the bump from the top of the cage. It would have been probably about the equivalent of maybe right about the top rope of the cage by the time for the third time. And the thought was that cage would have broken his fall. Well, everybody saw what happened. First time, the cage was gimmicked, and it didn't break away like they thought it would. It just went. And add on top of that, there's the chair being up on the cage panel that Mick took the bump through and just followed Mick right down and smashed right into his face, knocked his teeth out. It was brutal. And anybody that's taken a bump in those old WWF rings, they were the stiffest things. I'd rather take a bump on the concrete than those old rings. So it was a little snug.
Man.
And Taker's standing up there thinking, oh shit. He ain't moving again. So here comes Terry Funk. Here comes the doctors. Here comes the referee, and everybody's trying to talk to Mick. And Mick is out of it. Completely out of it, but he's going on just pure adrenaline at this point, telling everybody, no, I'm okay. I'm okay. And once Taker up on top kind of gets the sign that it's like, okay, he's okay. And Taker jumps down, and you see him. He's favoring that ankle pretty good when he jumps down from the top of the cage. But to give Mick even more time to get his bearings, Terry Funk fed in and got chokeslam right out of his shoes, which, again, thank God for Terry Funk being down there. But a lot of that shit, like Vince coming down to check on Mick, that wasn't part of it. Vince was genuinely concerned. Like, is he okay? I have to know. And wanted to be there. It was some scary shit because we really didn't know. He's moving. And I'm talking to people and saying, is Mick okay? And they're going, yeah, he says he's fine. You can't be fine after that. I don't give a fuck who you are or what you are. But, man, they continued on with the match and went another little while, including thumbtacks, which the line of the night for me after the match
was Mick Foley coming up to me and apologizing to me for forgetting the thumbtack spot.
Oh.
Said, I'm so sorry, Bruce. I totally forgot the thumbtacks. I'm so sorry. But other than that, was it okay? Now he's got thumbtacks stuck all over him. I said, Mick, you got the thumbtacks in. He says, I did? Like, you got the thumbtacks in, man. He goes, oh, okay, good.
Ages.
Probably early in that week. But again, the one bump going off the cage onto the announce table, I guess was as safe as you can make something like that. And the second bump was meant to be something else. And that was something that just went wrong.
It was supposed to be work at it. And then it finally gives. And he is hanging on as it falls, not just breaking through.
Right. Because nobody would have no one in their right mind would ever take that bump from the top of the cage like that.
Well, it is something that people still talk about because a lot of people debated, well, you can see the zip ties. Clearly it was supposed to break, but you're saying not like that. It was supposed to break, but in time, not on the very first contact with it.
Correct. It was supposed to gradually give until like about the third choke slam to where he would finally go through, but the cage would be breaking his fall along the way.
You know, what's weird is when I watched this match back this week, it's the first time I watched it in a long time. And I guess I'm just getting older now, and it sort of clicked in my brain. Like, what if he missed that table? It's not like earlier in the day. I know sometimes before a big pay-per-view, if somebody's like, oh, I want you to do like a reverse power bomb or something, they do a walkthrough. There's no walking through, throwing yourself off the fucking cage. Like you're just doing it. And it's not, I mean, I know that he had a lot of experience jumping off the ring apron to the concrete floor. I get it, but the distance you're going, the height you're up, and it's not like you got a spot on the concrete you're really trying to hit. If you get a little bit of a guy or you get all of a guy, it doesn't matter. I mean, this is different. This is much higher and something he's never done before. What if he missed? What if he hit the people? The Spanish announce team. What if he hit the guardrail? What if he hit the concrete? Mick Foley could very easily be dead from that spot, or certainly paralyzed.
Well, and Mick was in complete control of the bump the whole way. So at that point, you have to look at him and have the confidence in him to either do it or not. And he's the one that's taking the risk, and he's the one that has looked at it and feels that he can pull this off. We had the table.
A lot of confidence, and I get when you're saying he's in control. I understand that Undertaker's not throwing him off, but I am saying you're leaving it up to a guy's judgment to hope that he's right on something he's never done before. And if he's wrong, you've just had a death on pay-per-view, like a horrific accident on pay-per-view.
You can say that about any bump, and you can say that about anything. And unfortunately, there have been horrific accidents that have happened on much simpler bumps. So that's every day those guys take that risk.
Let me ask you.
And it was a risk, and I think everybody knew it was a risk.
This is a weird question I ask. If the Owen accident had happened before this, there's no chance this bump happens, right?
I don't think so. No.
It's just weird to think about how so much of everything changes after those two things, this bump, and which is obviously scripted, and then a very real tragedy. But really, a couple of things go differently here, and this could have been totally different. In his book, Foley wrote about this, that Cactus was sort of pitched this idea jokingly by Funk. Maybe you should start on top and just let him throw you off. And he says it jokingly, and Foley sort of jokes back, oh, and then I can climb back up and he can throw me off again. And eventually he decides, wait, I think I can really do this. And he spends the next week or two trying to pitch the Undertaker on let's starting up top, and Undertaker shoots it down every time. And then eventually he says to Cactus, why are you so intent on killing yourself up there? And Foley wrote that he answered, because I'm afraid the match is going to stink. You can't walk, and let's face it, I don't have any heat. We've got a heck of a legacy to live up to, and I don't want this match to ruin it. If we start out hot enough, we can make the people think we had one hell of a match, even if we didn't. Eventually, the Undertaker comes around to the idea. Did you have a conversation with Undertaker about climbing to the top of the cage with this hurt foot and then throwing a motherfucker off? Because even though we understand wrestling and Foley's really he's gonna do it himself, the perception would certainly be different if this went poorly, and it would affect the Undertaker. And this is somebody he cares about, who he's done a lot of business with, who's doing this. Did you have a conversation before or after the match with Undertaker?
Well, I had a lot of conversations with both Mick and Undertaker before the match, and frankly after the match, just thinking, think about what they were trying to top. They were trying to top Shawn Michaels from the middle of the Hell in a Cell, standing on a crossbeam, taking that bump into the announcer's table, which was absolutely spectacular at the time. And Mick feeling he had to top that so that people wouldn't think the match sucked. And that's the part that always would get me. It's like, then what? Okay, then how do we top that? And we found ourselves in that position, to where when Mick and Hunter were on top of the cage and Mick took the bump again through the top of the cage, but we had the ring gimmick so that he went through it and it was completely safe. And we did practice that, and we did make sure that went as planned beforehand. But it's crazy, man. It was a different business, and guys, a lot of times they look at that and like you look at Mick Foley's legacy, and that's in so many ways, that's his legacy, that bump, that night. Fact that he kept going and he was out of it. And the fact that, when he comes back, he convinces all of us, no, got my bell rung, but I'm okay. I can go out, my shoulder's out, but the doctor popped it back in. I'm fine. It's an easy spot that I got to go out and do with Steve. I've got it. I'm fine. That wouldn't happen today either.
No, we haven't even gotten to that part. It's just crazy to think about that he came back out. He does sort of freestyle in the book that, quote, I had missed the monitors, which was my biggest concern. Can you imagine if he'd have hit the fucking monitor? It never even crossed my mind until I read that in the book again this week.
Well, the way that the monitors were in there for that, and if the top had been off, that would have been an issue, but that part of it was actually safe because of the way they were positioned. There was no monitor in the middle, and they were on the outside, and they were gimmicked to go. And then later on, guys would get rid of them, which I always thought was silly. Why would you if you're going to put a guy through a table, why are you throwing the monitors out of the way for a smooth, nice, even, flat finish or flat bump? If you want to hurt somebody, leave the monitors there. But actually that part of it was really, to me, the least of the worries. To me, the worry was he hits that table and slid, and just slid right off the damn thing. And as you say, either went into the barricade, went into the people. There were just a lot of things, a lot of what ifs that you knock on wood and you thank God didn't happen. And then the shit that was supposed to happen that did, the other bump is like, fuck me. That's crazy.
Foley is critical of the way he took that choke slam, the one that put him through the cage, because he says it's the only time he didn't go high for an Undertaker choke slam. Understandably, he's hurting here. I mean, he had to climb the cage, as you said, with a separated shoulder, which is probably not easy at 300 pounds. And so when he's finally up there, he just can't get up for him. So he winds up just falling into the cage. But he says that if he had went high, he's worried that he would have over rotated and landed on his head. It's just unbelievable. It's to the point that Foley even wrote in his book, he asked the Undertaker, hey, what'd you think when you looked down from the top of the cage and saw me on the mat? And he says, Undertaker didn't skip a beat and said, I thought you were dead. That's just
scared shitless.
And what's weird too is, when the Undertaker finally gets down there, he says, "Jack, let's go home." And Foley wrote that he said, no, I'm okay. Which is just amazing.
Right.
He's so out of it. He's even asking the referee, was I already on the stretcher once tonight? Yes. I mean, obviously we don't know back then what we know now about head injuries. I mean, this would never happen, but it's just unbelievable. And you even referenced the whole, sorry, I forgot the thumbtacks thing. When he comes to the back, is there like a standing ovation? What's the reaction when he comes through the curtain? I mean, this is something like out of a movie.
Yeah. Taker and Vince were right there for him and just hugged him. And it was definitely a standing ovation because it was an unbelievable performance. And people were concerned, first of all, for his well-being, thinking, how in the hell is he walking? How did he get up? When he had the tooth up his nose.
Crazy.
Well, we thought it was snot.
What's funny?
We thought it was a big loogie.
I watched this match this week and my person saw it for the first time. And she said, is that his tooth in his nose? Yes.
Yeah. We thought it was snot at first.
How did it get there? The hard way. It's crazy.
Right through his lip.
This person's still alive. It's amazing.
Yeah. It's, I like to point as much as I love Mick. I like to point to some of the things Mick has done to young guys and say, you don't need to do this. And Mick didn't need to do it. He really didn't.
When he's in the back, and I guess we should talk about him because we have it here. You guys had like a chiropractor that people have asked a lot of questions about over the years, who was help adjusting guys. What's his role here in trying to put Humpty Dumpty back together again?
Francois Petit. And Francois Petit he was a hybrid of a chiropractor, a kinesiologist. He did a lot of different crazy things, but a lot of athletes with unique injuries would often go to Francois and he would put them back together, manipulate their joints and their bones and everything. And, man, I've never been adjusted by anybody like Francois. I mean, he would hurt you. It hurt, but afterwards you felt better. And he we called him Dr. Petit or Francois. He was Sub-Zero in the Mortal Kombat movie franchise, and he was a stunt coordinator, things like that. More than anything, he was pretty much a crazy motherfucker. But he would pop guys back into place. I broke my ankle one time. He set my ankle, wrapped it, and I was done. And I could walk on the damn thing. He was amazing like that. It was hard to explain. There were stories about him doing, okay, now don't laugh, him doing open heart surgery on people and repairing arteries without obviously opening them up, just with his hands. And he would go in and do bypass surgery on people. That's real life.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. Those were the legends of Francois Petit. But guys would go and they would spend a couple days at his place in California. And that's how, we came about him, because he was putting people back together. And we thought, well, instead of having guys go to him, let's bring him to us. And those that want to use him can use him as a chiropractor and to help them with their injuries and help them rehab and different things like that. So, but he could pop a shoulder back in. It was always like, let me reduce it. I can reduce it. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Vince Russo was a big fan of old Francois. Russo would go out and spend vacation and weeks out with Francois in California, and tells a great story about Francois racing Warren Beatty on the Sunset Strip somewhere in California. But he was this crazy doctor. The real doctor that we had was Dr. Frank Romascavage, and that was the guy with the long hair at the very end of it. And they point him out. That's Dr. Romascavage. He was the real doctor that was there that actually stitched Mick up. And
14 stitches in the lip he got. And I assume that's also who's pulling the thumbtacks out of his person.
that was Dr. Romascavage and Francois both. Yeah. With pliers, little needle nose pliers, one by one.
That's what we're talking about right here. So there's even footage of McMahon going to congratulate him and thank him for everything he's done for the company. But he says something like, "Promise me I'll never see you do anything like that again." Did you have a conversation with Vince after the match? Or do you remember what the interaction was? I mean, it feels like there's some sort of edict that has to come down. Like, we've let this shit go too far. No more.
Well, not only yes, there was, and it was also Vince recalling one of the reasons that he didn't want to hire Cactus Jack in the first place was because of the stuff that Cactus used to put his body through, and that Vince felt was unnecessary. So the fact that Vince let him do that, and he's kind of looking at himself in the mirror and says, "Damn it, we can't, I mean, he took responsibility for it. He goes, I can't let him do that do that to himself anymore." So it was brutal. A lot of soul searching.
And we're not done. As if that's not enough. Kane's out next, and he's taking on Steve Austin in a first blood match. Now, this is interesting because it's a first blood match, and one of the guys is completely covered. Arms, legs, hands, face. It's a first blood match. And the other guy, while he is the hottest star in the business, he's just spent 3 days in the hospital. Pretty crazy to think about. Vince McMahon is watching this from the owner's box with Sable on his arm. And in the middle of the match, the cage starts coming down, and it gives the illusion that McMahon is behind it. And eventually, I guess we should mention here, what is the stipulation? If Kane doesn't win his world title shot here, obviously if Austin loses, Kane becomes world champion. What if Kane loses? What happens?
Bro, we're going to cover him in gasoline and set him on fire. And then he's gone forever. It's a good step.
You help me understand how Vince McMahon co-signs this.
Well, God damn it, pal. We're not going to actually do it. That's how.
I don't understand.
We're not going to do it. God damn. It's entertainment.
It's unbelievable is what it is. You guys had a set a motherfucker on fire step, which is just crazy. The match gets 3.25 stars. There is some fun stuff to watch here. One of the times when the cage is going up, Kane is laying across it, teeter-tottering, which is kind of fun to see a 7-footer do that. They're brawling everywhere. As we mentioned, Austin's fresh out of the hospital. He's got the elbow wrapped up. He's working with a staph infection here. Eventually, unbelievably, Mankind runs down to interfere with a chair. Eventually, the Undertaker shows up too, and he's limping along, and they're playing dueling chairs. And Mankind ducks a chair shot, which causes the Undertaker to hit Austin, who also had a chair. And then immediately Austin does the gimmick, and he is pouring blood like a major, he hit a vein. And in the middle of all this, the Undertaker goes and gets gasoline. This is real life, folks. The Undertaker gets
my
gasoline,
favorite part.
And he doesn't pour it on Kane. He says, "Fuck this." And he poured it on the Hebners. I don't know if maybe he got the Iggy that the Hebners were making fake merchandise or what, but he poured him full of gasoline. And now Austin's bleeding a river. And eventually everybody gets a stunner, and the referee comes to, and you think that Austin's going to win, but he sees Austin pouring blood. It's a first blood match. He calls for the bell. Your winner, new WWE champion, Kane.
Yes. God damn it. Good shit. And actually, when you watch it back, that was some pretty good shit. When you think about the peril that you put your champion in, having a first blood match with a guy that's covered head to toe with a leather mask, none of his extremities are exposed.
Not one.
He's talking with a voice box to his throat. We could have cut his throat, maybe. And if he bled there, no shit, the thing went up his neck too. Forgot about that.
Process what you just said. We could have cut his throat. You just flippantly just threw that out there.
Well, it could happen. Doop. So you put your champion in such peril that the odds are astronomical to overcome, but they're not going to put the title on this big red monster. So it was kind of must see. It's a must see event because how do you get out of it? And that's how we got out of it.
Serious business. It is something nobody saw coming. Austin is the hottest act there is. And we should remember, and this is sort of funny too, that it all sort of surrounds the Hell in a Cell. Of course, the Hell in a Cell was first put on the map at Bad Blood in October of 97. The match is Undertaker and Shawn Michaels, and Kane interferes. That's where Kane makes his debut. Now, fast forward 8 months, and what do you know? Undertaker's in a Hell in a Cell, but now the Cell's involved, and he interferes in Kane's match, and Kane becomes world champion. It's weird the way it all sort of ties together, and Paul Bearer is in the middle of all of it. And we see a shot of Vince McMahon as the pay-per-view goes off the air. And it's sort of interesting because Meltzer sort of freestyles that giving that shot to Vince McMahon at the end of the show sort of gives him the credit for the title instead of having all that heat on Kane, Paul Bearer, or the Undertaker. Is he overthinking it?
Yeah, he's overthinking it, but that's where the heat was on Vince. And I think that to me, the most amazing thing about this match and this night is I'm sitting there watching it was old timer. You go, how in the hell do you follow the Hell in a Cell match that we just saw? How do you follow that? And not remembering it all. And I'm watching, man, Kane and Austin came out and had that crowd red hot. They were just on fire, no pun intended, for Stone Cold Steve Austin. They were into every single thing they did. There was no air taken out of the building. The crowd was into it from start to finish, and nobody predicted that outcome that night.
No, I mean, I don't think anybody did. I mean, it is a pretty big moment. I mean, Kane's only been in the company a handful of months. He's the world champion. He's beat the hottest guy. Austin's bleeding like a stuck pig. It's something else, man. I don't even know how to describe this match when you think about all the stuff that's going on, the fucking gasoline and everything in between. And as if that wasn't enough, as crazy as it is, Foley came back out.
Yeah. Yeah. And took a stunner.
Unbelievable. Let's get to Twitter. We asked you to ask some questions about King of the Ring 1998. It's one of the most historic shows in history. So we were not at a loss for questions here, Bruce. Are you ready?
Ready.
John wants to know, how far back was the plan for Kane to have a 1-day title reign? Did they come up with it that day, or was it always the plan to pop a big rating the next night with Austin winning the title back?
Once they booked the match, the way they booked the match, and that was probably about 2 or 3 weeks out, that was the plan.
Efron wants to know, whose idea was it for the Cell to come back down during the Austin Kane match?
Originally, I think it was Pat Patterson's idea to bring it back down, thinking that you're going to get a second Cell match. What if? And they did it.
Goolage wants to know, how was Steve Austin supposed to draw first blood with Kane since he had a mask and had his entire body covered?
That was the exact question we wanted people to ask. And if anybody could have figured it out, Stone Cold could have.
One of the questions I have, Austin loses, McMahon is the world champion, but it's probably going to be a disaster, and it's going to be a critical situation for Vince McMahon. And JR's really pouring it on that this is going to be a catastrophe for Vince McMahon. And there's our announcer sort of firing us up here. I'm a fan of Chimmel, but I gotta say, this would have been cool, Fink, would it not?
It would have been cool with Fink. Absolutely. Tony Chimmel has a face for radio and a voice for the quiet zone. But I love Pat taking off his tie on the way down. Let me get the tie off and I pay the cases. Chase.
I'm going to load up the toner in the copy machine. So Vince McMahon strutting down. He's announced as being from Greenwich, Connecticut, 241 pounds. Vince looks good here. Not nearly what we would see, I guess, a year later. I mean, he's going to be even another level, but Vince has always kept himself in phenomenal shape. Behind the scenes, did Vince ever sort of freestyle with his buds when you guys were around about, oh, I could take him with anybody?
I think Vince thinks he can take everybody. In a shoot, Vince can beat everybody. I think that in Vince's head, he can beat anybody there is, without question. And at least he's going to fight. And of course, we see Shane here trying to talk his dad. And I love, because it feels real. I love, Shane stopping and going off on Pat and Jerry, like, you don't understand. And just, come on, Dad. It added a realistic element to the thing that made the story believable.
Let's talk about him for just a minute here. Let's put a bow on this Steve Regal conversation. Man's man. What the fuck?
Well, Vince, when Regal came in, he was heavy, and Russo didn't know what the hell to do with him. I think that when Regal went away and he was supposed to lose weight and he didn't lose weight and he came in and kept getting heavy, that Vince felt that, okay, we'll do this man's man gimmick, which, because he was British and he looked effeminate in Vince's eyes, by God, he'll be a man's man. And it was over the top and not one of the best gimmicks in the world.
Stone Cold Steve Austin coming to the ring here. Got the belt over his shoulder, the iconic vest. At this point, only sporting one knee brace. This is before the other wheel goes out on him. And man, when he would come out and hit all four corners, it was just flash bulb city in this era, was it not?
Well, in addition to that, the thing that I always loved about Steve is it's little things. His head was always on a swivel. He was always, looking back at his opponent at some point. He would give them their back, but let them know, hey, I'm here. And that was just the little nuances that made Austin that top guy. And you see the little bump there with Vince. It was those little details that made the difference and made him stand out above everybody else. And Vince, now the whole idea is to build up and get the anticipation for this match.
And it's so genius that you guys have not gone to commercial. You've announced you're not going to commercial and you're going to stay with it. The referee's holding up the belt. We're getting right to it. You would think a lot of times one guy would come out, they do a commercial, and then the other comes. Not here. And Vince is even going to sort of hold the belt up around his waist to tease what it might look like. And there is a comment
pretty good
somewhere in here from JR where he says something like, no, we don't like to have senior citizens as champions for us. And a lot of people probably heard that and thought it was about Vince McMahon, but it wasn't. It was about Hulk Hogan, was it not?
Yeah, it was about Hulk and Savage and all the guys over at WCW. It was definitely a shot. Kind of like this shot coming up here in a second.
This is a classic moment here. Austin gets slapped by Vince McMahon and the crowd is on the edge of their seats. The commentary here, you've got to hear JR is selling this. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You don't slap a rattlesnake. By God, Vince is making a mistake here. You don't slap a rattlesnake. Stone Cold is going to make him pay for that.
Somewhere in here, we see JR comment that Pat Patterson's probably out of chapstick from kissing Vince McMahon's ass. That feels like something I've heard before.
Yeah, you steal all your stuff from JR. Your good stuff anyway.
So here's the reminder from earlier in the night when he said, now one thing, Steve, you said you could beat Vince McMahon with one hand tied behind your back. And you saw the clue earlier that Bruce sort of mentioned and pointed out to us in the opening promo. And now they're teasing that it's going to really happen. And Briscoe produces from his coat pocket a rope.
Well, every good Oklahoman has a rope in his coat ready to tie up, one hand behind their back. Now, the funny thing about it is you think about it. You ever try to tie someone's hand behind their back?
No, I'm a grown up.
Okay. Well, okay. And so you notice here, Steve wanted to have his left hand tied up, but Vince points out, pal, right hand. That's a stunner arm. So you got tied up the stunner arm. But if you think about it, tying the hand behind the back, how do you do that?
Right.
When they're not wearing anything to tie it to.
Right.
And we actually had to rehearse this backstage to figure out, okay, how are we going to tie it up? How are we going to tie him up and actually keep his arm behind his back? And that's how we there was actually thought put into this.
Was there a debate as to who was going to make the knot, and what type of knot did Briscoe use?
No, he used the Chickasaw triple quadruple reverse knot that he learned at the Chickasaw Boys Club of Oklahoma.
So
got to wrap it around twice.
Of course, Steve is really playing to the crowd here. If you want to see me whip Vince McMahon's ass with one hand tied behind my back, give me a hell yeah. The crowd is on fire for all of this. And I could see why this won the ratings, man, because there's no way you're fucking flipping the channel right now.
No, it was all about the anticipation, and it's all about Vince McMahon finally getting his ass kicked. And then to the smart fan, they're like, okay, how the hell do they get out of this? Because you can't beat Steve. He's your world champion. He's the guy that everything's built around right now. And it's good story. I mean, Briscoe and Patterson and Slaughter play their parts to perfection. And Vince kind of, playing that fish out of water here as well. But also the arrogant, just badass, promoter that likes to fuck with people.
And you're playing on the reality from Survivor Series just a handful of months prior, where this same group of guys, Slaughter was ringside when Vince McMahon rang the bell, and then Bret screwed Bret a couple of nights later, or I guess a week later. I mean, one after another, you had those little moments that sort of built to this. I mean, even a couple of months prior to that Bret screwed Bret stuff, you had the stunner in Madison Square Garden. So this payoff has been building for a long time, and seemingly you guys didn't even really have this planned. It just sort of fell in your lap, right? It's just one of those things.
It did. It was a happy accident that just kept getting better as we went on. You go back to the first stunner with Steve. That was just Steve stunning an announcer who Vince was delivering a message from the World Wrestling Federation, but he still wasn't the owner yet. Not until after the Bret stuff did he come out. And that got such negative response that Vince would walk out and get booed. So this was just, again, a means to an end to get Dude Love into a match with Steve. And we'll utilize Vince and get there. We never expected this to take off the way it did. But this right here is step number one for the next, God, how many years? 10 years? 20 years?
I mean, this authority thing, they're still doing it now.
Yeah. So it was... This is the beginning right here, this night, this aha moment of holy shit. And Jerry Briscoe with more hair. I hope he hears that. Jerry listens to the show.
I feel like we should mention here that, of course, they're going to do a dark match after this for the live crowd. And that's sort of an interesting match, I guess. It's an 8-man tag. Austin, Undertaker, and LOD 2000 take on the New Age Outlaws, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, and Kane. And they go less than 2 minutes when Austin pins Road Dogg with the stunner. I guess you needed to send them home happy somewhat, considering you're not really going to deliver what they've been teased all night.
Well, yes, we did. And I love the part here, which was something that we came up with Vince with the mouthpiece, which is actually his grinding mouthpiece that he slept with. And it was, hey, let's do a mouthpiece gimmick. And now here we are. We're in Philadelphia, the city of brother love. And now the entrance of Dude Love, Daddy. Ow!
Do you think the crowd at this point is a little disappointed? Because at this point, it does feel like we're going to see Vince McMahon actually wrestle.
I think that there's a level of disappointment there, but it was also something that they didn't pay for. That was part of the television show. It was not advertised. It just was created that night. So we're there to produce a television show, and for the television show, that's our main priority. And that's where we're going. But I think that the crowd was still interested in it, popping for all of this.
You guys, don't actually deliver a match here with Austin and Vince until the following February at St. Valentine's Day Massacre. Chat me up. How long did Vince have to train for that match? I mean, it's not like you can just step in cold and do this.
At St. Valentine's Day Massacre, no, he probably trained for a good 2 months at least to get in the ring and have that first match. But, you know, like I said, at this time, man, this is just a stunt. This is a stunt to get us to the next pay-per-view.
It's worth mentioning, I guess, that Austin and Dude Love, once it's officially announced, does good business, but it was already doing good business beforehand. 16,400 tickets had been sold within a week of this. So they had a $280,000 gate before they ever even announced it. With comps and whatnot, they were expecting around 20,000 there and a huge gate. Greensboro was always historically more of an NWA territory. Why were you guys running a pay-per-view there here? Just to sort of test the waters, or what intel led you to Greensboro?
It was, it was a good market, and we wanted to try with a pay-per-view, and it did very well for us. And now Mick trying to do the mandible claw without, the problem is he didn't have the right covering on the two fingers, but it worked okay with Stone Cold here.
I guess we should, talk about the mandible claw here. This is the first time we've seen Dude Love as a heel, and even Vince McMahon himself is sort of blown away by this. Dude Love was supposed to be this fun babyface character, the alter ego of Mankind, but now we see, just a week after Cactus Jack seemingly retires, Dude Love is back and he's doing Vince McMahon's bidding. And this comes after Vince McMahon pushes him down. Well-written stuff here. And this isn't the last time we're going to see Mick Foley try to curry favor with the McMahon character. I think we all remember the bedpan hospital incident. Is this a Russo-ism to put Mick Foley as a heel here, or is this more of a Cornette deal?
This was basically taking the three faces of Foley and realizing that, okay, when you take one character, you can have these multiple personalities and do something completely different with another character. It was an experiment. I'll credit Russo and Cornette both for coming up with this and trying to, recreate those three faces of Foley. And it was good because, like you said, people wanted the fun-loving Dude Love. And here, he's showing signs of the Mankind character more, but in a different outfit.
It's sort of fun too, because while it looks like he's there to do McMahon's bidding, McMahon wants to get back in the ring, and Dude Love is trying to swing and kick his direction. So it's almost like it's every man for himself, but the Stooges are convincing Vince to back off and ease back up the ramp. And Dude Love gets back on the microphone and says, "Hey, if you want some, come get some. I got plenty more where that came from." It almost feels like Dude Love as a heel here was just being opportunistic. Let me take advantage of the champion the very moment I know he has one arm behind his back.
Right. And, and as time goes on, you find out it all was a big ruse with McMahon and that they, were working together. but it's good. It's believable shit the way that they did it. And you look at the fight with Dude Love and Austin on the outside, and that is, part of that whole Stone Cold Steve Austin character. Even with one arm behind his back and getting his ass kicked, he's still on the outside of the ring fighting.
A lot of people at the time were saying that although this had a lot of people watching, the crowd reaction here to this angle and this payoff was heat, but the wrong kind of heat. How would you respond to that?
I completely disagree. It was exactly the kind of heat you wanted. You wanted people wanting more. You wanted people, again, you have to think of the television audience, and you want people, when this show goes off the air, that they can't wait to tune in next week to see what's going to happen next. And that's exactly what you want. And that was the feeling. And we had a lot of people that were tuning in, seeing what the hell was going to happen. Episodic TV.
We should talk briefly, I guess, about Vince McMahon as a wrestler. I'm sure we're going to talk more about this on our St. Valentine's Day Massacre episode, but there's a famous story out there that Vince sort of always saw himself as a wrestler, and he even hung out with a wrestler that his dad didn't approve of as an adolescent, as a teenager, and he wanted to be that guy. Tell everybody about who Vince sort of saw himself as, or really looked up to as a wrestler.
Dr. Jerry Graham was Vince's idol growing up, and Dr. Jerry Graham worked for Vince's father, Vincent Jess McMahon, in Washington, D.C. in the old WWF. So when Vince would spend the summers with his father, he would hang out with Dr. Jerry Graham, even going so far as to bleach his hair blonde and go riding around town in Dr. Jerry Graham's convertible Cadillac, smoking cigars, lighting them with $100 bills with his hair bleached blonde.
Public Enemy gets a win by DQ, but boy, they didn't fucking feel like winners. Tell the story of how in the world we got here and the fallout from this match.
Well, they had a finish for the match where the Acolytes were going to put Public Enemy through a table. Right before they went out to the ring, the Public Enemy were going out to the ring first, and they told Ron and John that hey, we're going to take out that table spot at the end, which was the finish. So they told them that, and then they went out, and John turned around to Ron, and Ron was like, "What'd he say?" And he said, take out the table spot at the end. He says, so they don't want to do the table spot. I said, I guess not. He goes, well, fuck. We'll just bring the tables to them. And they made sure they got the table spot in.
Pretty brutal. When they come back through the curtain, what does Vince or the office or the boys, what's the reaction to the Acolytes and to Public Enemy?
Well, first of all, I was going to see just, who was there when everybody came back. Obviously John and Ron were ready for whatever might happen, and Public Enemy came back and walked right up to them, shook their hands, said, thank you very much. They didn't want any more of that. So I think everybody, that just kind of told everybody where they were. And Public Enemy, man, they weren't getting over.
Talk to me about what you just said. That showed everybody where they were.
Well, that they're supposed to be tough guys. They're fine and dandy doing everything in the world to somebody else, but taking it is a different situation. So they were happy giving it out. They didn't want to take it.
Is it not fair to say that on some level, there's like an unspoken pact between wrestlers, and I'm not a fucking wrestler, so I'm speaking way out of turn here, but I've heard that the understanding in this brotherhood of wrestlers is that I'm looking out for your body and trusting you with mine.
Yeah.
And when one of the guys sort of goes into business for himself and beats the fuck out of another guy, that's okay.
Well, when the other guy's not doing what was agreed to do and the other guy is fighting you to get to the point, yeah, it is okay, because at that point, it's not, they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing. And so they were trying to go into business for themselves, them being Public Enemy. And APA was trying to get to the story that was supposed to be in that match.
Okay. So what's Vince McMahon think about somebody getting the fuck beat out of him on a show like this?
Well, it was, hey, you know what? I mean, I hate to say it because Johnny, I didn't really know Johnny at all, other than meeting him a few times. So I can't tell you much about Johnny, but Ted Petty, to me, was a stand-up guy, and Ted was I always liked Ted a lot, and I thought that he was always a good stand-up guy. They got in their head that, they couldn't do certain things, didn't want to do it. That was their detriment. So Vince was kind of done with them at that point, and the boys will take care of the boys. And at that time in the business, that's how things happen. You let the dressing room police itself without management having to get involved, and things pretty much usually tend to work out.
Is the business like that anymore?
I don't think so. And I think that that's just, the society is not like it used to be. I remember going to my kid's school one time, meeting with the principal and saying that, what's wrong with the kids today is nobody's been punched in the mouth. And boy, you would have thought that I'd just done something bad to his mother or something. But the society, kids in school, they don't go behind the supermarket and fight. And then once they do, back in the old days, you had a fight with somebody, it was over. You came back to school the next day. The loser had a black eye. The winner was okay. And you moved on. That settled it. Whatever difference you had, whatever bullshit there was, you fought it out. You had a winner, you had a loser, next. And in this society, everybody gets a fucking trophy.
Let's talk about the video package. Speaking of Hunter, building up Shawn and Hunter here. They show some clips from 1997 with DX. And then they show Shawn coming back in 2002 with the DX shirts and the skit. And ultimately that sets up the pedigree where Triple H gets to turn on his best friend, Shawn Michaels. And there's a great line from Hunter in this package here. I used Shawn to get to the top just like he used me to stay at the top. I thought this was one of the more well-done packages that were on the pay-per-view. What did you think of the package and the angle to bring Shawn in? And then we'll talk about the behind the scenes.
I thought the package was excellent, and I thought the angle was excellent because it was logical, and everybody can understand jealousy, and everybody can understand a friendship and a bond getting broken up like that.
The video of someone jumping Shawn from behind and then putting his head through a window, the bloody aftermath, and then the reveal from Shawn enhancing the video and then challenging Hunter to a match at SummerSlam, this feels like, exactly what Vince was talking about in Beyond the Mat. We make movies. What did you think of the whole jumping Shawn Michaels, head through the rental car, enhancing the video, the big great reveal? I thought it was some of the better storytelling, even if it was a little predictable.
Well, here's what you have. You have a guy that we didn't know what we really had in him in Shawn Michaels. This is going to be his one-off, the only match we're going to do. We couldn't do a whole lot physically with him prior to that. So you can't have him work a match on TV. You got to get creative in how you get him involved. And we didn't want the audience to see them have that physicality. So yeah, you got to get creative and get out there with your storytelling. And I thought that it was beautifully done. And again, especially for us, because we had no idea what the hell we had.
Let's kind of talk about the backstage here, because I think everybody knows we're going to cover this at some point long form. DX has been on the pole 9,000 times and they lose every time, but I'm hopeful that they'll win eventually. But the story with Shawn Michaels and Triple H and DX is a fun one. It's been well documented. We'll get there eventually. But Shawn ultimately becomes injured at the Royal Rumble 1998 in a casket match against The Undertaker. He goes over the top, whacks his back on the edge of the casket, and supposedly this causes all kinds of back problems that leads to a rather interesting first quarter in the WWE as we build towards WrestleMania 14. Shawn is not in a good place mentally, physically, or emotionally, storms out of the press conference, and he's gone. And now this is going to be his first match back in the WWE. He has some trials and tribulations personally while he's out. He finds God. He turns his life over. He also had struggled with addiction. There's rumor and innuendo that he showed up under the influence to a WWE show once and kind of showed his ass. And Triple H even tried to put him in his place and actually, according to the rumor and innuendo, take your pills, Bruce, tries to have Shawn removed. What can you tell us about the time in between? Because I think most people know that Shawn said he was done with wrestling, never coming back, does things that are uncharacteristic of Shawn. He does an RF video shoot interview. He opens a wrestling school. Thank goodness he did. We got, Bryan Danielson out of it. And in an effort to build his own promotion, actually works a match that I think people have forgot that went down in April of 2000 for the Texas Wrestling Alliance against Paul Diamond. What was going on in the downtime? Did he really get kicked out of an event? What was the relationship like with Shawn and Vince during this 4-year gap? What was it like with Paul and Shawn, to the best of your understanding?
From my vantage point, there was not a whole lot. I don't remember Shawn getting kicked out. That's totally news to me. Maybe it happened. I have no idea. I wasn't there. Don't remember that. I do remember from time to time when we would be in San Antonio or maybe Austin that Shawn would come by and say hello. That's where Undertaker and I nicknamed him the little Dutch boy when he cut all his hair off and he had kind of a bowl cut. And we didn't even know who the hell it was when we saw him. He had stopped training. He got way out of shape. I had gone down because Shawn had started his wrestling school. So the only interaction that I had with Shawn during that time was, hey, do you have any talent?
Right.
Got anybody that we might want to take a look at? I'd really love to come down and spend a weekend with you and see what you got. So at first I was met with, no, none of my guys are ready yet. And then eventually he warmed up to the idea, and I went to San Antonio. Shawn picked me up and went over to the house, and then we went to a show. And then the next day we went out and saw his training class with Rudy Gonzalez there. There was Spanky, Brian Kendrick. There was obviously Daniel Bryan. There was Lance Cade, and I want to say there were 4 total. I can't remember the 4th one. But he had some really good talent there. And we talked back and forth, and Shawn would get in the ring with these guys. He wouldn't take bumps, but he would show them little things. And I remember after watching him in the ring training these guys, we went to a town that night where he had a little spot show. And I said, man, you've got another one in you. He said, nope, I've wrestled my last match. I'm done. And I said, they all say that, but I'll use the old bruiser and crusher analogy. All you've got to do is go out there and give them the entrance and kick and punch and throw a super kick, and they're going to be happy. His mindset was that if Shawn Michaels is going to appear, he has to be Shawn Michaels.
Right.
He's got to be the showstopper. He's got to be the main event. He has got to be the guy they remember, not a fragment of that guy. So he had no desire. He's like, I'm done. I'm not training anymore. And I remember he was eating a huge chocolate chip cookie. And he says, I'm eating chocolate chip cookies. And he says, I'm done. I'm done. I'm not going back in the ring. And then eventually, I don't know, 6 months after that is when he had the street fight that he had in San Antonio for his own promotion. And he was cleaning up his act. We'd heard that he was doing a lot better. He came down and saw us in San Antonio and looked great, completely different than when I had been down and seen him in San Antonio before that. floated the idea out there. You got one more? Just one. And that's how we got here. Just floated it out there. And he said, yeah, he trusted Hunter and felt that he and Hunter could have a match, but they wanted to do a street fight so that he would be forgiven and not have to go out and have that Shawn Michaels wrestling match.
So was the idea always to just do the one story here with Triple H and that be it?
Yep, 100%. One match, one time. This is it. He's not coming back. Not going to get another one. This is it.
Any sort of heat that you recall at all between Shawn or Hunter here?
At this point, no. No, at this point, they were excellent. Long lost buds. Happy to be back together.
Hebner's the referee here, and he has a big part in the match where he admonishes Triple H for his behavior. It's not something that we see very often in a match, and it was weird kind of seeing him here because Hebner was such a staple in the WWE, and now not so much. You were there when Hebner was, exiled. Briefly tell us what happened there. We've never talked about it on the show before.
We were in, somewhere in West Virginia or something like that. I can picture the building. I don't remember the particular name, but there was some kind of story that allegedly Dave and Earl had been selling bootleg WWE merchandise, and they were released. It's one of those stories that has never been told from really either side. And people put, it's all rumor and innuendo. What I just told you, we weren't told. We got that surmised from Earl later on. That's what they were accused of doing.
There's rumor and innuendo out there that the Hebners were actually doing a bit of an embroidery type business, a screen printing business, and they were making WWE logo and branded swag, but actually giving it to the boys, including the McMahons themselves.
That is true.
So the allegation is they weren't just doing it to hook up the cast and crew. They were doing it to profiteer as well, and that's what Vince had a problem with.
Well, and apparently, and again, this is all
rumor and innuendo.
Rumor and innuendo was that whoever had the shop in St. Louis or Kansas City, wherever the hell they were, was selling stuff out of his shop. And
that they had made unlicensed without letting the WWE participate.
Right. And that's where the rub came. And because Dave and Earl were associated with them, that was the last straw, and they were gone. Was quick. I mean, it was they came in and left and were escorted out by security.
Did you think that was a fair way to handle them, given their time with the company?
I don't know all the particulars, but it was shocking to everybody. That was definitely something that had everybody buzzing. What the hell happened there? But it's also the culture. It's the culture of the company that things happen and you go on with your life and business continues. You still have your job to do and you just move forward. Put your head down and go.
I mean, that's kind of what happened with you, right?
Right.
Do you think that if there is a flaw, because you don't often kind of fault Vince with much here, do you think that is a character flaw of his, that he can just so quickly move on and throw so many years, because the Hebners have been here forever. And now, because of maybe a misunderstanding, I mean, I don't know, I wasn't there, maybe a misunderstanding, their lives are forever changed. Do you think that that's maybe a character flaw of Vince's?
I think it's a flaw, but it's also a defense mechanism for him too. Because that way he doesn't have to, deal with it, and he can just move on, and you're dead to me. So he just goes on and next. So I guess it's a blessing and a curse all at the same time. When you're there, nothing else. It's just, man, it's just the culture. It's just the way that it is.
Right.
And you accept it, and you accept it blindly, and you move forward. So, everybody talks about Paul Heyman and the Kool-Aid. The same can be said for, the WWE, because once you are in that bubble, that is all that exists. Life on the outside doesn't matter and doesn't exist.
Let's talk about the card again, because I feel like this is maybe the strongest year as far as the card that we've ever had for returns. You've got, in 2002, Triple H, Hulk Hogan, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Eddie Guerrero, Chris Benoit, and Shawn Michaels all coming back in 2002. Definitely, the biggest comeback year in history. And to this point on the roster, 15 of the 18 wrestlers would be world champions, either past, present, or future. And Shawn Michaels is still in one of the more featured matches here after more than 4 years on the sidelines. And Triple H had come back just that prior January, so he's only been back for about 8 months. What was the expectation going into the match? Because it feels like this blows away every expectation possible.
The expectations were low.
I mean, I think that's fair. You've got two guys who haven't worked each other in a long time, no matter how good of friends they are. And yeah, Shawn was one of the greatest of all time, but after a 4.5 year hiatus, you don't expect him to come back and somehow be fucking better than before.
Well, also they had never worked together against each other.
Not like this, for sure. Yeah,
and so you've got a lot of just unknowns. We weren't, and this sounds funny, but we weren't sure what the hell Shawn's body looked like. We weren't sure if when the damn shirt came off and the gear came off, what he's going to look like. So we definitely didn't know after he got in the ring and being in front of that crowd. You can go out and do all the cardio you want, do the stepper for hours at a time. That is different than being in the ring and working a match. Completely different cardio, completely different just blowing up factor. So we didn't know if Shawn was going to go out there and blow up in 10 minutes.
Sure.
We didn't know if he was going to get out there and his back was going to seize up. If he was just going to be off half a step, had no clue at all.
The angle leading up to this, who was in charge of the majority writing for that, and who was the agent for the match? Do you remember?
I want to say it was probably Michael Hayes for the match at this time. Brian would have written the majority of the storyline.
Shawn has went on record as saying he didn't feel like he got closure from how his career had ended after WrestleMania 14, where he lost to Steve Austin. And so he goes to Triple H and says he wants to wrestle one more match. And he specifically says he wants to do this because he wants his son to see him wrestle. And he asks Triple H to have the match with him. Is that the way you remember that going down, that it was important to Shawn for his son to see him wrestle, much like we heard Goldberg say earlier this year?
Yes, definitely was. His son had heard about him and had seen, tapes and different things, but he had never seen his dad wrestle.
Do you think, and I'm sure we'll cover this long form at some point, but do you think Shawn's back was as injured as we were told it was at the Royal Rumble in 98, or was Shawn just burnt out and had so much other stuff going on that he just needed to get out of the race car for a little while?
Well, I do believe that his back was injured badly, but I also think that everything else combined exacerbated that.
Right.
Exacerbated the attitude, it exacerbated the injury, and it was the right time to go away.
So it makes all the sense in the world that Shawn wants to come back here, but it also makes sense, and Triple H has said that going into this match, Shawn was scared, Shawn's wife was scared, and even Shawn's mom was scared. And Triple H says that he told Shawn's mom something like, "I won't let anything happen to your boy." That feels like a big emotional dump that you're going to have in this match. And you guys all kind of felt that you had low expectations. Do you remember that being the thought amongst the writing team, amongst Vince, amongst the boys, or was it just more of a curiosity and just the natural assumption, man, 4.5 years off, I mean, it's not going to be the Shawn of 96.
No one expected the Shawn of 96.
Right.
And I, as I had said to Shawn when I was in San Antonio, people aren't expecting that. They're just going to be happy to see him come back, throw some punches, and by God, hit the super kick and sell. That's all he had to do. And as I expressed earlier, Shawn wanted to be Shawn Michaels of old. He had to be the showstopper in the main event. Nobody, and I mean nobody, expected what we got.
Probably one of the best comeback matches of all. Let's hit some of the high points here. The sidewalk slam onto the folding chair, the backbreaker onto the folding chair. Holy shit, what a spot that was, knowing the history of his back and the story that had been told. And how great was Triple H being bloodied and then Shawn nipping up to a big pop. The crowd was so with it. They were on that emotional roller coaster. That's when you knew, to me, this is a great match. And they're pulling out all the stops here. The elbow through the table to the floor seems a little uncharacteristic for a comeback match, but certainly, they're wanting to pull out all the stops. They do the elbow off the ladder, where beforehand Shawn points to the crowd and says, I love each and every one of you. And then Shawn selling from that elbow and then tuning up the band was just awesome. So one of the better closing sequences, and maybe the best comeback match ever. And Shawn is teasing the super kick, but all of a sudden Triple H catches the kick rather than just taking the super kick and giving the fans their happy ending. They do a pedigree counter, and all of a sudden Shawn steals a pin. And Shawn's victorious, but Triple H attacks him after the match with a sledgehammer. What'd you think of the match? This is maybe one of the best matches of 2002. If you haven't seen it, you should go out of your way to see it. Meltzer gave it 4 3/4 stars, saying that, this is a match that lines him up for the WWE Hall of Fame, or the Observer Hall of Fame. What'd you think?
Ooh. I thought that the match, top to bottom, emotionally, physically, everything about it delivered on all levels. These guys went out, they're friends, and you're always going to work best with somebody that you like. They proved it. They tore the frigging house down. And it was the right finish. It was the happy finish. But, again, it was a one-off. We knew we had Hunter. We knew that what we were doing with Hunter going forward. So we had to get some heat back and make him whole at the end. It wasn't about a 50-50 thing. It was, okay, let's make him happy. But now, I got to worry about the guy that's going to be here tomorrow. And we thought, okay, hey, great. We saw, Shawn's last match. He went out in style. I don't think, well, no, I'm not going to say that because I know better. For me, I did not think that was Shawn's last match. I look at everybody. I do think we have seen Shawn's last match, but I'm skeptical. I always look at all these guys from Undertaker to Angle to everybody is like, they got another one left in them.
Well, let's talk about what did work, and that is the Rock Hulk Hogan match from WrestleMania 18. If you have not seen this or you haven't seen it in a while, I encourage you to go watch this today. It's outstanding. The work is what it is, but man, the reaction, God, what an electric match. The Rock ends up winning after 2 rock bottoms and the people's elbow. Of course, Hogan comes out to a massive ovation, which we have covered. Toronto loves them some Hogan. Very quickly in the match, the fans are cheering for Hogan, who's supposed to be the heel, and booing The Rock, who's supposed to be the babyface. And at different points during the match, they even bust out the old Rocky sucks and die rookie die chants, which we haven't had in a long time. Hogan tries to use several different heel tactics, like whipping him with his belt, the eye pokes, the back rakes. Every time he does this, though, the fans cheer. And it almost feels like they do, a double turn, kind of like Austin and Bret did at WrestleMania 13. And The Rock starts to try to play into this a little bit. But what was the backstage reaction when you guys see, that this isn't necessarily going according to plan, but wow, what a response from the crowd. What's the feeling in Gorilla as this is happening?
I wasn't backstage. I watched the entire thing from the floor of the Sky Dome.
What was that like to be in the crowd for that match?
Electrifying, baby. It was, I watched it with Brian Gewirtz, who is the head writer of Raw, and he looked at me and said, do they know that The Rock is the babyface and that Hogan is the heel?
Right.
And I said, I think they think otherwise. And that crowd was on their feet the entire match. They loved it. I thought both guys did a great job of kind of switching roles. They tried to get them. They tried to get them into that traditional, what they went into the match story. But both guys adapted, and they went with the crowd. Hogan played babyface, and Rock played heel. But it's it's a teaching tool for young talent to go and watch how these two guys listen to the audience. They changed the way the match was laid out and went with it and didn't let the audience get to them. They took the audience on a hell of a ride, and that was the main event of that show.
Oh, for sure. No doubt about it. Was there any consideration given, I mean, do you know after the fact if Vince was giving different instructions to the referee?
I don't, because I wasn't there. I was, like I said, I was in the crowd watching it, just sitting there watching it and enjoying it as a fan.
After the match, Hogan is kind of holding his ribs and does the handshake deal with The Rock. And Hulk had said after that he actually broke a rib during his match with Rikishi, but kept it a secret because he didn't want to mess up the WrestleMania match here. Did you hear about that beforehand or after, that he had a broken rib, or is this just Hogan working?
I never heard that.
So they end up attacking Hogan, they being the NWO, and The Rock comes back in, and now Rock and Hogan fight him off. They do the big blow-off at the top of the ramp where, you know, Hogan and Rock are now friends, and Rock's putting him over. Huge ovation for Hogan here. Was the plan always to have Hogan attacked by Hall and Nash, or was this on the fly because of the reaction that happened during the match?
Conrad, I'm going to give you the honest answer of I don't remember. I really don't remember, because it was so strong that I want to say that wasn't the plan, because we had to send Hogan home to Tampa on the corporate jet the next day to get his red and yellow stuff, because the reaction was so strong with him as a babyface that we did make the change to have him come out in Montreal and cut that promo and do the 17 minutes of not saying a word, standing there and taking in that ovation. So I don't think that was planned. That might have been something they just called a gorilla.
So they call it a gorilla and obviously tell the ref, and then he communicates to the guys what's going to happen. That happens. And then when do you know, hey, we're going to send him home to get the red and yellow?
That night.
So he goes that night, or he goes the next morning?
We went to, I want to say we went to Montreal in the morning, and he then took the plane from Montreal to Tampa and then Tampa back.
How crazy is that?
Yeah.
But just
we spent the night in Toronto.
It's not like, you know, there's just a Hulk Hogan accessory store right around the corner. You can go get size 18 yellow boots.
Yeah. And it wasn't, and I don't think that Linda was home, and he had to go home and get it all.
It's amazing. The next night in Montreal, as you alluded to, Hogan comes out to the monstrous ovation, and it goes on for what feels like forever. And you could tell
17 minutes, I believe.
You could tell by Hogan's face, he's truly overwhelmed, and he talks for a few minutes before The Rock comes out to a chorus of boos, and then eventually The Rock does what he does. He turns him, and the crowd starts chanting for Rocky. And then Rock tells Hogan that he'd be honored to give him a rematch anytime, but he was still wearing NWO colors. So Hogan tears the shirt off, and Hall and Nash come out. Nash said that Hogan was the real poison that was killing the NWO, and then The Rock challenged them to a tag match later in the show. So the main event has Hogan and Rock taking on Hall and Nash, and Hogan ends up hitting the leg drop on Hall, but Nash pulls him out of the ring, and they just left getting counted out. It's been said that because of the reaction that Hogan got this weekend between WrestleMania and the next night on Raw, Vince decides to run with him and make him the undisputed champion, which ended up happening at the next pay-per-view. Was that always the plan, or was this an audible based on WrestleMania?
No, that's not true. The audible to put him in the match took place after the fact, after WrestleMania. But to put the title on him, that didn't come until a little bit later.
So the next SmackDown is March 21st, and Rock beats Nash by DQ. Hall comes to ringside and interferes often, and this brings a big Hogan chant. The Rock ends up hitting the people's elbow, and Scott Hall interferes, causing the DQ. So Hogan comes out and hits the leg drop on Hall, and now X-Pac, wearing an NWO shirt, hits the ring and hits Hogan with a chair. Hogan gets color from the chair shot, and then they spray paint NWO on Hogan. Obviously, Sean Waltman has been friends with Hall and Nash for years, dating back to their first run in the mid-90s in the WWF as part of the clique, so to speak. He was also an NWO member in WCW, but why was he put in the group here? Did you feel like you needed a trio for it to be a gang, or what's the mentality behind adding another member?
Well, you needed a worker, first of all.
Well, there you go.
You need somebody to go out there and take bumps and have matches. So he had familiarity with the group. He was a former member, so it kind of made sense.
Let's talk about something I've always wanted to know here. You guys allowed him on January 4th to go to Japan and work the Hustle pay-per-view. What's up with that?
God, I have absolutely no idea. That's a JR and Johnny Ace situation.
Well, I'll ask JR
No
on
clue.
his new podcast. January 12th, he comes back to Raw on Uniondale, New York, in that edition of Raw. And Matt Hardy's out and demands more respect. Steve Austin comes out and threatens to beat him up. And Hardy said he wants to face someone he's never wrestled before. And here comes Goldberg. He pins Matt Hardy in about 2.5 minutes after a spear and a jackhammer. And then Goldberg declares himself eligible for the Royal Rumble. Scott Steiner runs into Goldberg backstage and tells him he's winning the Royal Rumble and challenges him to a match the next week in Green Bay, Wisconsin. There we would see Goldberg beat both Test and Scott Steiner in a 3-way when Goldberg hit Test with a spear and a jackhammer at 6 minutes and 56 seconds. Did you guys see maybe something you could do with Goldberg and Scott Steiner right away? Who was a proponent of that?
I don't think anybody was a proponent of that. It was just a one-off, and maybe make a little interest off of the, the old WCW. Maybe there's a little bit of a rivalry there, but it was nothing more than that.
Royal Rumble 04, Philadelphia. Terry is interviewing Goldberg backstage, and she asks him how it feels to be number 30. Before he gets a chance to respond, Brock Lesnar interrupts, and Goldberg doesn't even get to say a word. And Brock says, no one cares what number he is. So at this point, you guys have already sort of set in stone. We're definitely doing Brock and Goldberg at WrestleMania. Did you know at this point that Brock was done as well?
I don't think we knew Brock was done as well. I think Brock in February came to us with his, I want to go play football. So at this point, we were still looking at doing Brock and Goldberg at WrestleMania and Goldberg getting Brock over.
Goldberg says he's going to win the Rumble and then regain his title, and adds, ain't that right, Hardcore? Looking over Brock's shoulder, and Brock jumps and turns to see if Hardcore Holly's behind him. He's not. It was a trick. And it was a nice subtle way to give Holly his heat back after the clean loss earlier, showing that even though Brock won, he still fears him. So Goldberg said, some people have the nerve to call Mick Foley a coward. I don't think so. I mean, it feels like at this point, if you guys needed some creative, Hollywood had an idea, right?
Damn right. I got an idea. How about I beat you both?
Goldberg comes in at number 30. He eliminates Nunzio, Charlie Haas, John Cena, and Billy Gunn. Lesnar comes in, gives him an F5. And when Goldberg's yelling at him, Angle comes in from behind and throws him out. So this is, destined to be here. The fans were even yelling, Goldberg at Brock back when his debut happened in 2002. Did you guys sort of have that as a dream WrestleMania match all along? Like when you first brought him in, did you have a Brock Goldberg WrestleMania moment sort of in the back of your mind when he first comes in?
Absolutely. You know, you had the obvious ones. You had Goldberg Austin, you had Goldberg Rock, and then you had Goldberg versus Brock, and the two big bulls finally colliding. And that was something that we wanted to get to. So WrestleMania was the place for it.
The next night on Raw, Kane and Goldberg ends in a no contest when the lights go out and the smoke fills the ring. It's really just a tease for the Kane Undertaker match though for 20. Later in the show, Austin gives Goldberg a ticket to No Way Out, and Austin tells him that a buddy of his gave him a front row ticket, but he can't go because he's booked up. And Austin says he's not going to represent Raw. He's going to represent the good name of Stone Cold Steve Austin, and says, don't do anything I wouldn't do. So that pretty much guarantees that Goldberg's going to interfere in the Brock Lesnar Eddie Guerrero match at No Way Out. At this time, Goldberg starts to grow a beard out. Is that something that anyone in the company says anything about? It's a little thing, but once upon a time you had to have permission to grow facial hair or cut your hair or whatever. Was that the case here for Goldberg, or does he do what he wants?
No, he just did it, and he's a manly man that grows beard fast. But I'm pretty sure he cut it off shortly thereafter. And the reason being is you got marketing stuff out there. You got action figures and just other promotional material. And if you look different nowadays, you look different. They just make new shit, and you get more action figures out there.
Right.
So,
we're going to talk about that Eddie Guerrero Brock Lesnar match on another show, guys. Don't worry. Before we talk about it here briefly, I do want to ask about how far along you guys got in even discussing a new contract. Keller reported there's some discussion of re-signing Goldberg to a new contract, or at least offering him one. However, if the company does offer Goldberg a new deal, it will not even approach the money he's currently making. The company figures that Goldberg isn't going to accept less money for the same number of dates. So if they do make an offer, it'll probably be a special appearance contract that would require him to work a special number of pay-per-views and make occasional television appearances to build up those matches. The 1-year contract expires at WrestleMania 20. Here in January of 2004, what was the temperature of the company with the idea of entertaining a new contract for him?
From a creative standpoint, we weren't entertaining it, and we weren't thinking about it. However, if they could work something out with him and talent relations and Vince were happy with it, we would make something work. But we weren't putting a lot of thought into it on the creative side of things, because we felt we had pretty much hit a wall with Goldberg and what we were going to get out of it. And after WrestleMania, just figured, shit, what do you do? So, it just didn't look good, and it didn't feel good. So until we heard the definitive, yes, we got him for another year or 2 years, we moved on, and we weren't really concentrating on Goldberg at that point, other than getting to WrestleMania.
On the February 9th edition of Raw in Portland, Goldberg comes to the ring and Vince McMahon interrupts, and then Steve Austin rides out on his ATV, and Vince invites Paul Heyman out. Heyman tells Goldberg he better stay in his seat at the pay-per-view during the Lesnar match, and Goldberg says that Lesnar's next. And then Heyman gets a spear for his troubles. He attempts to give McMahon a spear, but McMahon moves and he spears Austin by mistake. This is the setup to get Austin as the referee for Lesnar. Why did you guys think that the Brock Lesnar, Bill Goldberg needed Steve Austin as a special guest referee?
Just for, star power and allure, and to make that match more of an attraction, because frankly, we didn't think it was going to be a masterpiece from bell to bell. And the thought process was, let's get Steve in there, let's color it up. And it gave Steve something to do of a marquee match and a marquee spot on WrestleMania.
Let's talk about No Way Out. San Francisco, February 15th. Can't wait to cover this. We are covering it on February of 2019. So set your calendars, folks. 11 months from now, we're doing it. The main event here, of course, is Brock Lesnar defending the world title against Eddie Guerrero. And during the match, the ref goes down after a Brock F5 attempt and Brock gets the title belt. Goldberg runs out and gives Brock a spear and then leaves. 2 minutes later, Brock comes back with an F5 attempt and Eddie escapes and DDTs Brock and hits a frog splash for the pin and wins the WWE title. It's one of the most memorable moments in WWE history. And I think a lot of people sort of forget the fact that Goldberg was involved in that. Biggest night of Eddie's career at that point, right?
Absolutely. I cried like a little baby. We had Eddie's entire family was there. He had brought his mom in, and it was an extremely emotional night. I remember though, going back, and we'll talk about it at a later date, but the finish of that match, hating Goldberg being involved in it, but also understanding that you had to have Goldberg involved in it to get to WrestleMania. So it's the lesser of two evils, and you had to do it to get where we needed to go.
The next night, Vince makes it official. Austin is the ref for Goldberg and Lesnar, and then Lesnar attacks Austin from behind and gives him an F5. So now Austin is essentially square. He's got heat with both guys now. Is Austin nervous about taking any of these moves, whether the fear or the F5 with his neck injury?
The F5 would be easy for him to take because he can take that on his stomach and he's not really snapping his neck back. I don't know if there was any concern on the spear, but that would be kind of iffy. And as best I remember, Bill took really good care of Steve going down on that spear. So he was taken care of from a creative standpoint. On our side, I know we were concerned about Steve taking the spear because of the neck issue and just not aggravating that anymore.
Goldberg wasn't on the March 1st or the March 8th Raw. I don't think he's back on Raw for like 12 years. What's the thinking here and not having Goldberg appear on either Raw as you're in your WrestleMania March? Like, it's WrestleMania season. Is he not there because he's already maxed out his dates? Has communication broke down? Why wasn't Goldberg there on March 1st or March 8th?
No, it wasn't any of that. It was because you got two guys that are going to be leaving in Brock and Goldberg, and to devote any more television time than promoting the match. We had done all we could do to build up that match. We had Steve there to do it and other people to talk about it and what have you. But the feeling was, do we really need to devote any more television time to this? And we can promote it and talk about it, but not have to have either one of them there. The next time you're going to see him is in the ring at Mania.
Let's get to WrestleMania 20. Goldberg's taking on Brock Lesnar here. Of course, we know Steve Austin is the special guest referee. A pretty memorable match, but maybe not for all the right reasons. Bruce, a lot of people think this is the worst match in WrestleMania history. What's your take on that?
It's not the worst match in WrestleMania history, for fuck's sake. Didn't we have a Hell in a Cell?
A candle in a cell?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. There have been worse matches, but this stunk. Everybody knew it. I watched it in the audience, and the air just came out of the Garden. It was just horrible. And both guys were going through the motions as far as Brock and Goldberg. The crowd had turned on both. They didn't give a shit. And they knew both guys were leaving, and they were pissed off at both guys. You know what I mean? They were pissed off that Goldberg wasn't staying around, and they were pissed off that Brock wasn't staying around, and they just wanted Steve to kick both of their asses. So the only high spot in that whole match was the stunners at the end.
Sort of a weird deal here because the crowd's booing them all. There's Goldberg sucks chants. Really hard to get anything to go right for the crowd. After the match is over, I guess I should mention, Goldberg gets the win after a spin and a jackhammer. Did anybody give a shit what the finish was? Why was the decision made to have Goldberg win?
The decision made to have Goldberg win was babyface finish. There's no reason to have Brock go over at this point. Babyface finish, get him out of there, and then Steve stun him.
Brock give a shit?
No.
After the match is over, Lesnar gives the crowd and Austin 2 middle fingers, and Austin stuns him. And then Austin tosses Goldberg a beer, and Goldberg doesn't even try to grab it. So the crowd boos. Austin throws him another beer and he catches it. They drink beer together for a minute, and then Austin gives him a stunner. And Austin is the guy who's sort of the star of the match, right? What's Vince's reaction backstage as this is happening?
Well, I watched it in the crowd, and I did go backstage afterwards. Vince's reaction was a non-reaction. He sat there, and the next match going in, and thank you guys. Next, didn't sit there and have a conversation with them. It was over, and he was moving on to the next match, and he got the match in the ring, and he got the match the fuck out of the ring.
Who was the agent for that match? Do you remember?
I do not. I think it was I don't even want to guess because I don't know.
Everybody knew going in, this is their last for both. How are the boys receiving it? I mean, what's the talk in the locker room, the office? Give me the temperature.
Well, the feeling was, it wasn't one guy leaving and one guy staying and wondering if somebody was going to do business. There wasn't that feeling at all. It just was, more than anything, a feeling of move on and let's have it be the least painful that it can possibly be. I think that people thought that they would have a better match than they did, but I think that when the crowd turned on both guys the way they did, that they kind of got lost out there. And Steve, try as he may, there wasn't a whole lot to do to save the damn thing. So for us, it was like, okay, it's a necessary evil. You got to have the match. You got to get through it, and just wanted it to be over. I was sad for Brock because I didn't want Brock to leave. I was sad that at that time it was his last match. I knew he would be coming back at some point. You just kind of knew it. But for me, it was sad because Brock from day one, he was a stud, and I just would have rather him go out on a higher note at that time. But it wasn't meant to be.
Let's talk about the finish, because it made the dirt sheets that Brock was originally scheduled to win the match, but when he decided to leave, it was switched to Goldberg going over. And I know what you said made sense about babyface, but the dirt sheets, of course, say the reason was they're angrier with Brock. Any truth to that?
Weren't happy with Brock, but it was the decision ultimately came down to just get the babyface over and get him out of there.
SummerSlam 2005 is our topic today after a bunch of rambling mess at the top of the show. But we're going to start the build for SummerSlam on the July 4th episode. We got Cena and Chris Jericho brawling during a highlight reel, and that's going to start the WWE title program. We've also got Shawn Michaels and Hulk Hogan teaming up to defeat Kurt Angle and Carlito. But afterwards of the celebration, Shawn Michaels super kicks Hulk Hogan, and we're off to the races. We've got a new program. Talk to me a little bit about what was the work that went into putting together Shawn turning heel against Hogan and the whole program itself. Was there any hesitation from either guy on either side, or did these two trust each other from the beginning and then it deteriorated? How does this all come together? And I assume that part of the lesson that we learned at WrestleMania 18 was, if you're going to put Hogan with somebody, fans are going to cheer him. So he can't be the heel like we tried to make him against The Rock. The fans wanted him babyface. So if somebody's going to turn heel in this scenario, it can't be Hulk. Do I have that right?
Well, I think that in looking at it, there was an initial reaction that, do you need to turn either guy? And the feeling being that, and in reality, I think there were just going to be, and there were Shawn fans and there were Hulk fans. The overall feeling of this was taking the guy from the 80s and the guy from the 90s and putting them against one another, because each had their own legion of followers and fans and what have you. So it was kind of a natural, but I don't think that really you had to turn anybody. And Shawn could do heelish things. Hogan did do heelish things. And their fans forgave them, and the other person's fans despised them for that. So it was just kind of playing into both men's personalities and not making a full-fledged, oh my God, this guy's got to be a heel. Yeah, we got there. But even as we got there, I think it was still divided somewhat.
When this is first proposed, whose idea is this? And do you remember both Hogan and Shawn being receptive to it?
In the beginning, yeah, both were very receptive to it. And it was a conglomeration of the writing team and getting to this match. And it might have been Michael Hayes even that first suggested the match, best of my recollection. But it was something that everybody was saying, if we could only get to this, this could be good. Because, again, you had the two heroes from two different eras.
What was the relationship like in 05 here? July, August 05 with Hogan and Vince. It feels like over the years they've sort of played hokey pokey. They've had their ups and downs. Were they on good terms here, or did it feel like Hogan in this era still had one foot out the door at all times?
I think especially during the times that Hulk came back, that there was always that feeling of, what's the trigger going to be this time? And for Hulk and Vince, look, they had, like any relationship, they had good times and they had bad times. So throughout this, it was post WrestleMania. So you're looking at, okay, is somebody going to be upset at payoffs or anything else, or is it time to take the summer off? So you had to weigh in all of that shit. And overall, I think that in the middle of this, in the meat of this, I think that Vince and Hulk had a pretty good relationship.
It's just weird to know that, he was here before during the whole Rock thing. That was 02, 03, but then he leaves. He winds up actually doing a show with New Japan, teases like he's going to do some stuff with TNA in 03 and did the whole attack with Jarrett at the press conference. But then when he goes into the Hall of Fame in April of 05, it feels like, hey man, we're back in it. And we had that big WrestleMania moment it just feels like we're trying it again, but we're not really here for the long haul. Was that sort of the vibe you got as well?
I think every time that you tried it, you were wishing you were. You were wishing that, man, this is it, and we can take it to the house. You know what I mean? It's like, finally, this is the one. Just things work out differently sometimes.
It's interesting too, because we've heard over the years, and certainly Shawn and Vince had their ups and downs, but it certainly feels like Shawn and Vince have had a much tighter relationship as a whole than Vince and Hogan. And it feels like, I don't know, this has got to be a special match even for Vince.
Yeah, I think so. Because again, you look at the creations and what they meant to the company, and overall the support of the different fan groups throughout the years. There were loyalists on every single side, which made it a natural. And Hulk had that overreaching, just to everyone knew who the hell Hulk Hogan was. I think probably to this day, most people still do. So yeah, this was one of those that you needed to get while you had both of them on the books.
We talked a little bit about Hogan turning or Shawn turning heel, and you said you weren't sure that you had to turn anybody heel. Why did you ultimately decide on somebody does have to be the bad guy for us to tell this story, and it's going to be Shawn? And is there ever any consideration for it being Hogan? And was Shawn, just glad to be the heel?
I think that, again, just as I said before, as far as turning heel and what people would consider turning heel was to their audience and to their fans, they weren't turning heel. They were saying everything that was true, and they were doing what they wanted them to do. So both sides, both guys, in a traditional sense, turned heel.
Well, yeah. And to your point, and we've talked about this before, but the best like movie villains don't believe that they're bad guys. They believe in what they're doing. And yeah, they may have some interesting ways of getting the job done, but their motivation is their belief, which is something that like they're not waking up thinking, I'm going to go do bad things today. No, they say, hey, I'm going to rob a bank today and that sucks, but I'm not going to try to hurt anybody, but I'm doing that to take care of my wife or kids or whatever. But they believe that they're doing bad things, but they're doing them for the right reason, if that makes sense.
Or they don't even necessarily believe that what they're doing is bad as much as necessary.
Right. Raw the next week from Philadelphia has Shawn Michaels and Hulk Hogan make their SummerSlam match official. I mean, there was never any consideration for anything else headlining, right? This was always going to be the main event.
In our head, yes. I mean, that was, you look at that and that's a damn attractive headliner. So yes, in our head, it definitely was.
Do you think you started to have that in mind? Like WrestleMania? We've heard way back in the day, early 90s, late 80s, you would try to look at like WrestleMania to WrestleMania. But as you start adding all these other pay-per-views, it feels like you start to think about your more major ones. Yes, we've got minor pay-per-views, sort of B shows, if there is such a thing, along the way. But the big pillars of the company being, WrestleMania and Survivor Series and Royal Rumble and SummerSlam. When he comes back and you see the reception and how well he's received and it seems like things are clicking along, do you sort of have Hogan, Shawn in your mind's eye as a main event for SummerSlam coming off of WrestleMania? Or do you think that's more of a May, June type thing?
No, it was more of a June, July type thing.
Okay.
It definitely wasn't immediate. I think that with Hulk coming back at WrestleMania at that time was a feeling out period, and to see how Hulk would be, how the audience would be, and what we would have moving forward.
The July 25th Raw is pretty memorable. It's got a spoof of Hulk Hogan being on Larry King Live, except it's Shawn Michaels doing his own. Wade would clarify. He says, for the record, Shawn Michaels' comments on the July 25th Raw and the pre-taped Larry King Live spoof this week were all scripted and approved by Vince McMahon. There was no breaking from the agreed upon talking points. Michaels never planned to nor wanted to turn full-fledged heel as he entered the program with Hogan, culminating at SummerSlam. In early discussions about the match, Hogan suggested that Michaels super kick Nick either at SummerSlam or as part of an angle on Raw before the pay-per-view, but Michaels resisted the angle, in part because he didn't want to be that strong of a heel, and also because he felt the match between them didn't need the extra stuff to get over. His attitude is that bells and whistles aren't necessary, given their statures in the industry, and it's their first time against each other. A lot to unpack here. Do you remember one of the ideas being kicked around that Nick could take a super kick?
I don't, but I'm sure it was. Look, there were a lot of things, but you didn't need it.
Right.
You really didn't need it. The match, the first time, was enough.
Right.
It was as simple of a build as you could possibly get. Two icons coming together for the first time. Two different eras colliding for the first time. What's going to happen?
What do you remember about the Shawn Michaels spoof on Larry King Live? Would you have been producing that, or would someone else have?
Maybe.
Oh God, help me, Bruce.
I had a hand in it. And I think that the best part to me was the ungodly layers of spray tan that we put on Shawn was just hilarious. And then I became jealous because he was just so dark and that fucking tan. God. But no, it was a lot of fun. And everything we did on it was 100% calculated and done for a reason.
Tremendous. We're going to play the audio from it because I think it's just one of my favorite parodies ever. Roddy Piper's hosting a Piper's Pit with Shawn Michaels, discussing the Michaels super kick on Hogan, but it ends with Michaels hitting Piper with a super kick of his own. Was Roddy easy to put this promo together, or Is it two guys that you knew didn't have to be scripted, or what can you tell us about, working with Piper and Hogan in this era?
Well, I don't think Roddy was ever easy to script. Roddy wasn't a script guy, but at the same time, he became one that would look at what you had and try to make it his own, and did a damn good job of doing that. So you had a balancing act with Roddy. You had to write something that you knew that he could tweak and that you knew that he could make his own, and pray that he didn't go too far off into the woods. Shawn, you give Shawn the points, and Shawn's gonna get it all in for you. The biggest thing here is that the view that Roddy had of himself and his outlook is, okay, where's my program? What am I going to be doing then on the other side of this? And this was during a time that we were really trying to, for Roddy's own health, get Roddy out of the ring. And I just don't, there wasn't plans. Maybe you could have had something with Roddy and Shawn, but it definitely wasn't in the cards at that point.
On the August 8th edition of Raw, we've got a main event of Matt Hardy in his first WWE match back. He's going to defeat Gene Snitsky here, and Edge is going to attack him afterwards to keep their program building. And it also features Chris Jericho defeating referee Chad Patton, because Patton counted a pin on Carlito the week before in a match against John Cena. That's good shit, man. I like it, the idea of a wrestler versus a referee. That's pretty creative here.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's probably Brian Gerwitz's idea.
Yeah, I didn't think you came up with anything that good.
No.
Kurt Angle is going to attack Eugene after a match to get his gold medals back, and Eugene's saved, of course, and we set up a new match between Hogan and Angle. Why would Hogan and Angle be put on free TV? Just because you didn't see it as really a pay-per-view match and it should just be a television attraction?
No, it's again, I think that during this time, you're kind of looking at television and providing the best television that you can too. And it wasn't a 20, 30 minute big television match. I think Hogan would have asked the questions like, why in the fuck am I ever in here with this guy? God damn, he hurts. But it just made sense. And it was, again, it wasn't a big, gigantic match. Well, the match, I mean, it was like, oh, hey, yes, it's a great attraction for one time. And we could have gotten to an angle and a story with them. But this was kind of a one-off, nice step in the story.
You want to talk about a promo, man, go out of your way to see the 20-minute all-out heel promo in Montreal right before SummerSlam. Wade would say it's the best heel promo of Shawn's entire career. Nobody wants to boo him more than Montreal. And boy, he played into it in a big way. Wade would write, Michael played into that and seemed more comfortable in his skin behind the mic as a heel than at any time since becoming born again. Without being raunchy, Michaels was a cocky jerk again, unabashedly. And they even do a little tease where they tease Bret Hart's music in Montreal. This is just great stuff. What do you remember about this promo in Montreal?
Well, it was also the point where you looked at it and you said, okay, let's go stronger with this, because in traditional media, if you will, out there, say Larry King or whatever else, and anybody else that was doing publicity on this show, the guys are throwing jabs back and forth, and we had been pretty careful on the television show how we handled that. And then it became, well, fuck, we just need to go there. Go out and to me, I didn't look at it as a heel promo. I looked at it as the truth.
Well, and that's what's so great about it is the crowd hates him, right? So they're chanting the Na 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 song at him when he's in the middle of a promo. I mean, they're basically saying, okay, we're done with you. Go away. So he just lays down in the ring and does nothing. And after about 30 seconds, when they stop singing and start booing, he jumps up and says, "Now that you understand who's running this show, I'll continue." It's just really great stuff. And he even says, "Hulk Hogan, the same thing I despise about you is the same thing I despise about Bret Hart," which that's going to get some heat here. "You stood for some moral fiber that in your real life did not exist, yet you stood in judgment of me. You, Hulk Hogan, will stand for just about anything. There isn't a realistic bone in your body." And Wade would say that comment was not only meant once again to point out the fact that Hogan may portray himself as pure and good, but he's a hypocrite in reality. That comment also harkened back to Michael's suggestive Sunny Days promo years prior at Bret Hart, which was getting under his skin, of course. He concluded, "Hulk Hogan, you're the biggest star in WWE history, and at SummerSlam, I want you to bring your big star. I want you to wear your boa. I want you to have your sunglasses on, and I want you to have your chin high. You're one move from your star being snuffed out. Don't ask me, don't believe me, just ask Bret Hart." And of course, more heat here. Just really, really great stuff. At this point, how contentious is the real life Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels, Hulk Hogan? I mean, it feels like Shawn's firing off everywhere. Maybe some of this, since Bret is coming back into the fold for a DVD, is okay and approved, but it's adding a lot of fire to this Hogan Shawn thing now. What's their relationship like as we get closer and closer to SummerSlam?
Let's make money. You're in Montreal. You're in a market that still remembers a finish from years and years and years ago. I mean, it was over 10 years ago at that point. And you have a guy that came out after his WrestleMania with Rock in Montreal, and they gave the guy like a 12-minute standing ovation.
Right.
So why not use all of that in this market to bring it to the surface? It's what everybody wanted to hear. There's an audience there. They want to hear that shit. And it's exactly what the Hogan faithful didn't want to hear.
No, I'm with you on that. Let's talk about what we're really here for. This same show, we've got Hulk Hogan defeating Kurt Angle by DQ when Shawn Michaels interferes, but the bigger story is reported in The Torch. This is directly from Wade's writing here. "A few weeks ago, the feud was limping along. Michaels was giving wishy-washy tweener promos. It felt as if Michaels was going to be a good trooper and play his role as the latest job to Hogan's leg drop. Then Hogan would move on to producing 6 more episodes of Hogan Knows Best for VH1, and Michaels would move on to another feud, able to redeem himself from the Hogan loss with a good match or promo and a strong opponent. Then something happened along the way. Hogan took some pot shots at Michaels during mainstream media interviews. Michaels got inspired and spoofed Hogan in a borderline, heavy-handed way on Raw. It appeared things were going to be interesting come August 21st. They went face-to-face on Raw for a major segment that closed out the August 8th episode, and it appeared things were back to the usual routine, with Michaels cutting a more traditional heel promo, Hogan cupping his ear and getting cheered, Michaels throwing a punch, and Hogan blocking it and knocking him out of the ring. Michaels showed signs of being the bump machine, whose job was to make Hogan look good, do the job, and just be happy to be getting the minority share of the main event pot of gold that Hogan has so generously shared with his opponent over the years. But it turns out that may not have been a sign of what's to come. It may have been Michaels showing Hogan what he can do for him, but at the same time, he can take it away. In a sense, he gave Hogan a sample of the drug that can make Hogan feel really good, but he doesn't have to give him any more. Michaels gets to negotiate whether Hogan gets any more of that addictive drug. He can either decide to bump for him and make him look great or not. It's dependent on how Hogan acts in the days leading up to SummerSlam as they negotiate the content of the match and the finish. Michaels and Hogan were well into the hype of this feud, and no finish had been agreed to. Nothing even close to a finish had been agreed to, in fact. It's not unusual for Vince McMahon to allow that, since whenever 2 top names are staring at each other down behind the scenes, it keeps them occupied and motivated. When push comes to shove, McMahon can insert himself into the situation and play peacemaker and reach a compromise that suits everyone, including himself, of course. That's fascinating to me. We'll take a break. There's lots more that he wrote here, but I'm really, I don't know, shocked. Maybe I shouldn't be. that there wasn't a finish, or maybe there was a finish, we just weren't telling anybody.
Yeah, we did have finish, weren't telling anybody, and we had ideas of it going on and on, but you also wanted to see how it played out. And why does everybody need to know the finish?
Right. I understand that. Meltzer would say, easy for me to say, Wade would say, sorry, force of habit, boys and girls, Hogan has done things along the way. What?
Just said stupid idiot.
What's wrong with you? Hogan has done enough things along the way to make Michaels feel anything but magnanimous about him. Hogan worked out with The Rock in a practice ring in Florida before their match. Hogan turned down Michaels' request for a similar dry run. Is that because Hogan is older and more broken down, or he has more confidence in Michaels' ability to wing it, or he feels this match with Michaels isn't worth the trouble? Hogan, after all, is entering this match as the designated babyface. He knows that formula well. No need for a dry run or practice. Michaels could simply pop in a Hogan versus Hercules match from '86 and memorize the pattern he's expected to follow. Michaels, though, is going to be around in 3 months and probably 3 years, but will Hogan? Probably not. Hogan's got his reality show to push and his daughter's career to fertilize and hoe. Meanwhile, Michaels is just getting rolling on his latest multi-year contract extension with WWE. Does he, whose only legacy is his wrestling track record, want to play by Hogan's rules and do what's best for Hogan? This is fascinating to me that he turned down the opportunity to sort of do a walkthrough of the match. Is that something Vince has a strong feeling about one way or another? How does this get out that Hogan wanted, or Hogan didn't want to do a run through with Shawn?
I have absolutely no idea how any of this shit gets out a lot of times. And a lot of it gets just compounded and convoluted and works off of rumor and innuendo. And that, maybe Shawn said, hey, can we get together and do a run through on the match, and Hulk not being available to do it? I have absolutely no idea, but that turns into, Hulk doesn't want to do it. Just have Shawn plug in his shit. And that's people, talking back and forth. And then one person hears it, and that old game of you whisper in one person's ear, they whisper in another person's ear. And by the time it gets to the end, it's completely different than what the original phrase or saying, whatever was. So I think that was what was happening here a lot. And as far as, I don't think that anybody didn't have confidence, is what I'm trying to say, in Shawn being able to pull out a great match with Hulk, even if Hulk couldn't do anything. So there's that too.
The next thing written here is, so insiders say Michaels began playing hardball regarding the finish of the match in recent days. He didn't want to be 0-1 against Hogan, and that's it. So now there's talk of Michaels actually beating Hogan at SummerSlam, and in exchange, Michaels does the leg drop job at Unforgiven in September. After all, if Ultimate Warrior got to score a 3 count against Hogan, why not Michaels? If anyone has earned a pinfall win over Hogan, it's Shawn Michaels, even more than The Rock, Steve Austin, or Triple H. Michaels is a worker and workhorse. He continues to work a near full schedule for WWE, and he plans to be around for years to come. Bret Hart, if healthy enough to work full time, also deserves a pinfall win over Hogan. It all makes business sense, and it would be the right thing to do out of principle. Michael's skills as a worker is what will make the match even possible. His promo skills are what make the match big money. What do you take of that when a guy like Wade Keller says so-and-so deserves it?
I don't think anybody deserves anything.
Right.
So it's business. You don't always get what you deserve. You don't always get what you want, but you get what you need. And who is he to say who deserves what? You do what's best for business, and you do what's best for the story.
Let's talk about what's written. Sources say Shawn has been anything but a pushover so far in dealing with Hogan behind the scenes. Every time Hogan says no to an idea, Michaels keeps it even by rejecting a Hogan idea. So every time Hogan says, "That's not right for me, brother," a few moments later, Michaels will fire back with, "That don't work for me either, brother." Hogan and Michaels
He's
don't,
getting this information from who?
I don't know, but you're saying they got along great and this is all make believe?
I'm not saying they got along great. I'm saying that that portion of it is make believe, and that's just somebody.
Freestyling.
Yes.
But the point is,
You have to consider the source of my sources.
okay, I'm with you on all that, but is it fair to say they don't like or trust each other?
I don't think they liked each other.
Do you think they trusted each other?
Yeah, yeah. Anytime you've got to get in the ring with somebody, you've got to trust them.
Let's talk about the rumor and innuendo that Shawn is playing hardball about the finish because he doesn't want to be 0-1. I mean, do you remember Shawn pushing back on losing or saying, "I can't lose" to Hogan?
I think both guys were looking at trying to get 3 out of this thing. And I don't know that Vince was necessarily sold on 3. It was, somebody's got to be 0-1 to start.
Right. Was there the idea of, you said 0-1 to start. Was there an idea of this being a 3-match series and this became so difficult we backed off of it?
There was an idea for it to be, yes, definitely for it to be a 3-match series. And I think we were going to get to a Survivor Series with it, if I'm not mistaken. But as you got into it and it just became, what do you want to do? And then I think Vince looking at it going, God, do I really want to do this 3? And is it going too far with all the real shots that we're taking back and forth? And that's when he started questioning it.
Let's talk about a line that was crossed and happened on Larry King Live, believe it or not. And this is going to yield one of my favorite parodies ever. Hulk Hogan is on the show and he's joined by his wife at the time, Linda, and their 2 at the time teenage kids, Brooke and Nick. This is a pretty high profile interview because CNN's Larry King Live was a big deal for that program, or that station rather. It airs on July 28th. He's promoting his VH1 reality series, Hogan Knows Best, trying to get their ratings to stop their slide. After 3 weeks, they were down nearly 50% compared to their record-setting premiere. Let me take a time out right there. This is all coming to us from the Torch, this recap, by the way. How much of Hogan wanting to be on WWE programming did he think would sort of work hand in hand with Hogan Knows Best? Because it does feel like, one can help the other. If you can get the wrestling fans re-engaged with him, maybe they'll seek out Hogan Knows Best, and that could become a whole new thing. Of course, we know in hindsight, it wound up being a disaster for the family, but at that time, it probably made sense as a way to sort of promote the new show, right?
Yeah, it made sense for Hulk, definitely, because he was on this series and it had done very well in the beginning, but it also was a different audience than what the WWE audience was. Believe it or not, it was family, and it was a lot of new viewers that kind of knew who Hulk Hogan was, but they were more into, the kids and the family drama of it all. So the synergy was there, and it helped Hulk a lot more probably than it helped us.
Let's talk about what else he says in this interview with Larry King. He's talking about his feud with Shawn Michaels, and he's demeaning Shawn, saying, "Oh, he's just jealous for never reaching true main event stature." And he did a series of interviews during these couple of weeks. Like there was a radio interview where he says, quote, "There are a lot of things he'll never do at places I went that he's never been." This is like his one shot to even the score up, his one shot to say Shawn Michaels is really the showstopper or whatever he thinks he is. And that it's kind of a jealousy thing. So at the end of the day, he can do all his personal stuff he wants and tell everyone how great of a person he is. But as far as the wrestling business goes, it was a straight up cheap shot. And that's where he's coming from. The lower tier, a bottom feeder position. So at the end of the day, I have a feeling he's bit off more than he's ready for. So part of this feels like, a pro wrestling angle, but Shawn, I mean, anybody who's achieved as much as he has, I can see how he could take some of this as, how much does Terry really believe of that? Did you guys, I mean, certainly you knew that Hogan's going to promote SummerSlam on there, but is there some sort of conversation about what we will or won't say like this heading into it? And I know that may sound silly, but I'm trying to add context while I'm asking the question. Once upon a time, him and Bret tried this and it did not go well.
Well, yeah, because I think sometimes guys are like, "Hey, yeah, let's do all these things that people are thinking and make them believe that we're shooting and all this stuff." It's the same thing here. Yes, this was designed to say all of the things that the audience and fans on both sides were saying and feeling. There was that sentiment. Shawn Michaels couldn't walk in Hulk Hogan's footsteps. There was the feeling Hulk Hogan couldn't work a Shawn Michaels match on his best day. Both sides had valid points that they felt needed to be expressed. So, yeah, this was it all was orchestrated. It all was put out there to cause controversy and to have people go, "Oh, what's going to happen?"
So much to unpack here as we start to wind this show down, but we've got to talk about the main event. And Wade Keller would write, Shawn Michaels took a bad situation and made the best of it. With less than a week to go before the pay-per-view, sources say he was so frustrated with good faith negotiations with Hulk Hogan behind the scenes that he was considering insisting on a DQ finish to the match. He'd reached the point that he didn't want a job to Hogan under any circumstances. Hogan, though, apparently had creative control written into his deal, so he got to call the shots. He wanted to win with a leg drop clean, and that's the way it was going to be.
Well, let's address that. That's not true.
Okay. When Michaels accepted the match in the first place, he had never worked with Hogan before. Friends had warned him, saying Hogan was going to get what he wanted, and it was a mistake to not work out a finish ahead of time before agreeing to the match. Michaels figured he could play hardball too. In the end, he couldn't. The details aren't known, but ultimately Michaels was convinced by Vince McMahon that he had to do the match Hogan's way. Michaels had proposed a second match the next month, and it was considered it would allow both men to get two big paydays. Michaels also figured that he would go away 1-1 against each other. However, when Hogan talked about a second match, he talked about winning that one too. The second match discussed was a cage match, the one with the big blue bars, and it was the first one to escape. And Hogan proposed he beat Shawn Michaels at SummerSlam and then beat him at the follow-up cage match by crawling out of the ring before Shawn could climb over the top, and it would be a bloodbath. Of course, Michaels wouldn't go for that, so they went back to the original plan of just one match. Do you remember that being the case?
Well, originally we talked about we talked about doing 3 matches, and a lot of things were discussed back and forth, and it got to, Vince feeling, God, can we get 3? Should we just do 2, or do we just do the one big one and move on? So there was just a lot of uncertainty going into it, and that uncertainty then breeds the rumor mill and people to start buzzing about shit.
Here's what's unique about it. The match lasted more than 20 minutes, which is almost unheard of for a Hogan match, and Hogan bled heavily during it. Quote, those may have been the 2 negotiating points Michaels won. If he was going to do the job, he wanted the match to be special, and he wanted to quote unquote beat Hogan into a bloody oblivion before losing. After the match, Michaels shoved Hogan from behind, then offered a handshake. He told Hogan he just needed to find out for himself. It wasn't clear what he meant, but in reality, it probably meant a lot of things. He wanted to find out what it was like to work with Hogan in the ring, what it was like to work with Hogan behind the scenes, and what it was like to lay down for the leg drop. The public may never know the extent to which these 2 butted heads behind the scenes during negotiations, unless Michaels includes it in his upcoming biography. Michaels, though, got his revenge the next night. He came out with a smile on his face and accepted the cheers from the fans. And he says, as much as it hurt to admit it, Hogan was the better man the night before. And then the promo took a strange turn. He began to mock Hogan, sarcastically saying Hogan was cat-like and nimble. and he could never figure out his catch-as-catch-can style. Quote, I mean, his ring prowess was in so many ways and on so many levels superior to mine that I could not compete. When it was over, even I, the evil Shawn Michaels, found myself victim like so many before me to that vicious leg drop 1, 2, 3. And the crowd didn't know how to react. Some booed and some cheered, but most sat in silence. The crowd began a small chant of Hogan, Hogan. And Michaels continued, now back to our regularly scheduled programming and back to reality. The reality is this: Hogan is now on a jet back to Florida until you, the WWE fans, can give him what he wants. And then he signed a money signal by rubbing his thumb and finger together. I, Shawn Michaels, am here tonight to give you exactly what you want, the showstopper. My goodness. What can you tell us about the negotiation, the finish, and this promo the next night?
Well, first of all, the negotiation, I actually hit my mute button because I was laughing so hard, and I probably shouldn't have, because it's just so fucking ridiculous and speaks to the naivete of someone writing this crap that have never laid out a match, never sat in when someone has laid out a match and gone over things. Well, I'll agree to your things, but I've got to beat Hogan into a bloody oblivion before I lose.
Right. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it kills the credibility of anything else that they say, which they have no credibility. The match, the finish, everything about it was debated 9 ways from Sunday before they ever got into the ring, and for weeks ahead of time, trying to get 2 out of it, trying to get 3 out of it. What do we do? What's the first finish? What's the second finish? And in the end, through all of the machinations of, and I truly believe that deep down inside, both guys wanted to do business. I just think that both guys wanted to do business in a little bit different way. The end result, you look at the match was highly entertaining. And it was highly entertaining because of Shawn overselling shit and going fucking nuts and almost doing a parody of a Hulk match from 20 years ago. So to that, the entertainment value of it, it was incredibly entertaining. That may have been Shawn's nod to, hey, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to do this and I'm going to make you remember it because of my antics. Could it have been different? Absolutely, it could have been different. Was it the best thing? I don't know if it was the best thing or not. I think when Shawn first started overselling thing, the reaction was one of, what the fuck is he doing? Then the more that he did it, the more that you saw the story Shawn was telling. And Shawn was going to tell his own fucking story, which speaks to how good Shawn is. But people may look at it as, oh, that's an expose, that's disrespectful, that's this, that's that.
You disagree?
I do.
Oh my gosh, he's like selling like a pinball, that one turnbuckle shot where he just slams his head. And how about
fucking kicks in the corner and all that shit?
The leg drop. He jumps up, runs around, and falls.
Yeah. Which was that was a parody of Hulk matches from 20 years before. And that's Shawn's story. And that was Shawn telling you that story just to get deeper into it. Some people look at it one way, others look at it another way. I think Shawn fans would see it as Shawn doing what he had to do. Hogan fans would say, oh my God, how could they disrespect him and not just sell all of his shit the way that they thought it should have been sold? Hogan still did do all of his shit. Hogan still fucking got over in the end. And for me, from a creative standpoint, I would have liked to have gotten more than 1 out of it. I would have liked to, even if I just got to 2 and we had 1 and 1 and leave it at that.
Yeah, that would have been good.
The argument still stands. There was that pitch.
What about the
I still
promo?
wanted to go for 3 and blow it out somehow. But through all the machinations, through all the bullshit,
that's where it ended up. And I think once again, it was a situation where people go, okay, hey, we're going to quote work shoot, and the work turns into a shoot, and then feelings get hurt and people misunderstand because they feed into all the other bullshit.
Let's talk about the promo the next day. The promo the next day. God damn.
Oh, the promo the next day. But again, to Shawn's fans, that was dead nuts on. And it was dead nuts on. It took Shawn to the next place, and motherfucker was right back being a babyface again. To Shawn's fans, that was the right thing and the right thing to say and do.
Let me ask though, when he's out here sort of, oh, I couldn't keep up with his catch can style, and he's on a plane, but I'm right here, and this is what he wants from you. I mean, as an old school guy, are you not a little low-key offended when we're really just saying, this is all bullshit and you know it?
It was during a time that we were trying to be a little edgier and throw some of that real life rumor, innuendo bullshit into it.
You know what though?
Feed into it.
In fairness to your point, you know, we talked about it earlier. Why would you publicize the negotiations with Lesnar? And then they even publicized the negotiations and discussions that Stephanie had with Dusty. This is probably the era where you guys were like, you know what? Fuck the quote unquote dirt sheets. Let's control the narrative. We'll just report our inside shit, and they'll have to come to us first.
And the fact of the matter is that, you know, both guys, Hulk and Shawn, I think could have handled the situation better early on.
Let's talk about that. I've got some quotes here. I know we're short on time, so I'm going to try to run through this. By the way, I want to give a shout out. We had hundreds of questions. There's no way we'll get to do it today. We're going to try to do some on ad-free shows later. I'm already keeping Bruce way later. He's missing a meeting to do this, so we got to hustle. But Michael's addressed this whole fiasco during a Q&A in England a few years ago. He says, quote, we were going to do a best of 3, and in the last minute, he backed out. So that day, I'll admit this, I poked the bear all day. I already knew what I was going to do. I was going to go out there and do business, but I was going to make him earn it and just be a pain in his butt all day. And that was something I did for my own enjoyment. It wasn't right. It wasn't professional. The next year, Hogan had this to say about the match. If you really go behind the scenes on the Shawn Michaels thing, I just sat back. I mean, this is Vince's show, Vince's thing. When we went to the dressing room, Vince came in and said, okay, I want Hogan to go over. No big deal. Those are Vince's wishes. If he had told me to take the super kick and do the 1, 2, 3, even though nobody says I've ever done a job. If you go back and look at my career, I've pretty much lost more matches than I've won trying to get guys over, from Triple H to The Undertaker to The Rock, you name it. I don't win too many matches, but it's business. I'm trying to help these guys. So when Vince wanted Shawn to do the job, we went out there and had a match, and everybody said, oh, Shawn oversold. He was making fun of you. If Shawn was really doing that, you have to ask him, because I'd have to go take the turnbuckle. He jumps on the bottom rope and does a triple flip, which, you know, okay, whatever. But he's done it several times, not just with me. And the reason that we didn't go longer was because I shut it down. The next day I was expecting to, you know, return the favor, and then, okay, now you beat me up and I beat you. Let's build to a third match and keep the cage match and keep it going. But he was such a great worker. I thought we were going to have a great run. It could be my fault. It could be my feelings were too much involved, but I thought the interview was going to be, you know, I got to give a Hogan. He was better than me on that one night, but it'll never happen again. You know, I was quicker and faster than him, but he just had that moment. He had the crowd with him. He had the momentum, but it'll never happen again. I'm asking you, Hogan, for another match. And I thought that's how we were going to do the business in this interview. But when he came out and said, oh, he was too fast, he was too young, I went, I'm out. I just told Vince, your boy, you know, it's not business. So I pulled the plug on that deal, and that's where we ended up. It wasn't a creative control thing. I said, I don't want to go on if this is going to be a clown show from this point on. I thought if this guy really wanted to dig in and draw some money. And on the Shawn Michaels DVD, he says, in my mind, I present it to him as just good guy versus good guy. And the thing where HBK was just like, man, I got to know if I can beat the immortal Hulk Hogan. And then the next week, you know, we find out it's classic babyface, heel versus Hogan. Quote, like you're in 1998. And I was like, you got to be kidding me. I'd tear him up. I'd go out there on that mic and I would tear him to shreds. Give us that then. That's what we want. So I just thought, you got to be kidding me. Are you sure he's okay with that? And Vince told me, Terry's business. And I asked him beforehand, are you sure he's okay with it? And Vince reiterated, Terry's business. So when I see Hogan the next week, I asked him, are you okay with all this? And he says, no problem, brother. And I got news for you. If he denies it, I'll tell it to his face. I asked you before. I asked you every time. And work with me, brother. And I'm like, wow, some of the most successful people in this business are insecure. So there's two sides here. And I guess that's the old famous thing we break down on this podcast. The he said, she said, the my side, your side, and the truth somewhere in the middle, or whatever. Where do you land on this? Do you remember Hogan being the one that pulled the plug after the Shawn promo the night after on Raw? Or is it more of what Shawn is saying here, that Hogan's just insecure?
They're both right. They're both right. As far as Hulk pulling the plug, Vince pulled the plug. And Vince was unsure even before the match if he wanted any more matches. It was Vince's call. And Shawn did run everything by Hulk. And Shawn was very concerned about the shoot stuff with Hulk and did ask every fucking time he did it. Make sure that it's okay. Are we good? And goddamn, do you really want me to go that far? And the answer always was, yes, yes. And everybody did agree to it. And then I just think that it got into feelings were hurt. And he said, she said, and it turned into what it turned into. But yeah, they're both right. And it's a combination of all of the above. But they basically worked themselves into a shoot. I would have loved to have gotten 3 out of it. And I don't know what I would have done in the third match. I probably would have somehow thrown it out or ended up with them as a team. Who the hell knows? But regardless of that, the lead up to everything and where we got to, it just, could have been different. Could have been different.
Man, I got to tell you, I was disappointed in the match only because I felt like the bar had been set so high by Hogan Rock at WrestleMania 18. And no disrespect to The Rock, we know one of the greatest sports entertainers of all time. But when it came time for the bell to ring, as you like to say, I don't know that there were many ever better than Shawn Michaels. So when I see that and I see what Rock and Hogan were able to accomplish, it just feels so much bigger and better than what Shawn and Hogan did. And Shawn and Hogan certainly was a memorable match, and I'm not arguing that, but it doesn't feel like it had near the magic. And I can't help but wonder how much of that is just ego,
I think a lot of it is on everybody's part. So it just, it boils down to you're dealing with human beings and feelings get hurt. That's hard to stop sometimes. It's hard to turn it on and off. So that depends on the person.
Everybody wants to know this, whether we want to talk about it or not. We probably ought to. And then we'll run through the rest of this behind the scenes names list and we'll get out of here. Victory Road 2011, the Jeff Hardy story. Kind of curious through what happens. Did you see Jeff earlier in the day?
I did. I saw Jeff earlier in the day. I saw Jeff about 7 o'clock that night.
So about the time the pay-per-view started.
Yeah.
So where are you sitting for this pay-per-view?
I was all over. I mean, I wasn't sitting anywhere. I kind of was all over.
So you're not just working
stuff.
The gorilla position?
No. For that one, I was producing backstage stuff and interviews and kind of all over.
Does everybody in the wrestling business call the gorilla position the gorilla position?
No, in TNA, they called it the go position. You can get Cock-a-Doodle-Doo on your other show that you do, and you can ask him all these questions.
He named it the go position?
I guess.
Okay.
I think it was a holdover from
So you're all
WCW.
over here in 2011 for Victory Road. Bischoff's a part of the show.
Correct.
Vince Russo is here for the show.
Correct.
The main event is Sting. He's going to be challenging for the world title with Jeff Hardy. in the main event, and you see him 2.5 hours prior to, and he's fine. Matt Hardy's on this show. He works a couple matches before Jeff. When do you first realize, Houston, we have a problem?
When Jeff's music started and they're yelling for Jeff, and Jeff wasn't there. And I left the area of the gorilla position there where I'd been standing to go try and find Jeff. And when I went outside...
Nobody had smartened you up at that point.
Smartened me up to what?
That Jeff's fucked up.
Nobody knew Jeff was fucked up at that point.
Okay.
So I go outside and I see two guys carrying Jeff. His feet are literally dragging the ground.
Who are the guys?
Bruno and Tilly, two guys that work there.
Okay.
And
so they're just trying
Bruno and Tilly, underrated. Great guys, busted their ass. I got to give them a shout out because they're two good guys. And Jeff was out of it. Jeff was under the influence of something.
Yeah.
And he was out of it. And they got Jeff to the gorilla position, and while we're sitting there talking about he's in no shape to go out there, he just walked out.
He just walks right past you?
Well, he didn't walk, not like right in front of us, but we were standing there, and next thing you know, I'm looking on the monitor and go, oh, my God, he's out.
How does that happen?
Okay, you and I are talking.
Yeah.
Okay, he walks right by and just goes. You don't think he's going to go out, but he did.
So nobody thought it was necessary to, like, take him by the hand and sit him down. They just thought, hey, he knows he's
we didn't think he was capable of getting up the stairs.
He's Weekend at Bernie's almost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now he's meandering down the ramp.
Yeah.
You have to be shitting bricks.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing the monitor. You're standing with Bischoff and who else?
Eric was there. Sting was there. We got Dixie there, just saying, hey, you know, she's...
Where's she normally watch the show?
I don't know. She likes to watch out in the crowd.
But she's back for this.
Well, yeah, we got her back there for that. I said, hey, he can't... Well, you know, he'll be all right.
What's Russo saying?
Well, Russo was in the truck. So I ran out to the truck to tell Russo what was going on because I didn't want to talk about it over the headsets. So I went out and I said, man,
even though it was apparent, but you still wanted to respect a little bit of privacy. Or just not just hear the dirty laundry.
Right, not, you know, go get on a podcast and talk about all this shit. So we came back and Eric and I discussed. We said, well, he can't work a match, and it was unprofessional, it was uncalled for, and we talked to Sting and said, need you to go out there and just beat him. Just go out.
Scale of 1 to 10, how pissed off is Sting?
Sting was pissed. Sting was about a 108 on a scale of 1 to 10 at that point. And
is he screaming and cussing mad?
No, he doesn't scream and cuss. He was seething. He was mad inside where it counts.
It was apparent.
Yeah. And I said, you know, you just need to go out there and get him down, pin him, tell the ref count 3. We had Eric go out and actually try to tell Jeff, hey, we're going to beat you. Just lay down and let's get out of this.
Bischoff goes out.
Yeah, Bischoff went out.
And says, hey,
he cut a promo, and then he put the microphone down and went over and told Jeff, told Sting, and that's what we're going to do.
And it was like a minute, and he pins him.
And he pinned him. And
was there any
Jeff
thought to, hey, we really screwed the fans here on the main event. We need to send somebody else out there and have another match after? I realized you still had to deliver that, but it was horseshit. So was there any thought like, man, let's send Matt Hardy out, or let's send Van Dam out, or something?
At that point, it was more of a shock, and let's get the fuck out of it. Cut our losses. There wasn't anybody right there to send out.
Yeah.
And
a lot of guys may not realize this, but it's not like people imagine. When your match is over, you go get your shit and you leave the building.
Yeah. And, you know, it was unfortunate, and Jeff left right after that. And
wait, hang on. What did you say to him after the match?
I didn't say anything to him.
What did Bischoff say?
Bischoff did. He left. Jeff kind of like just disappeared. I don't know if he went off the side or whatever, but no one saw him when he came back, and he disappeared. But Terry Taylor was in charge of talent relations at that time. And then...
Well, this isn't his fault.
Hang on.
Okay.
Can I finish my story?
Yeah.
So when I came in and took over talent relations, and Terry unceremonially had left, they asked me, so what are you going to do about Jeff Hardy? I said, well, first of all, tell me what was done about Jeff Hardy.
Yeah, that's a fair question.
They said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, is he suspended? Is he, what was the fine? When's he coming back? What are we doing here? I said, well, I don't know.
They did nothing?
No one ever talked to him. He left that night, and allegedly no one ever talked to him.
How long ago? I mean, how much time passes?
At this point, probably about 4 weeks.
So they've been sending him checks every week for a month.
Oh, I'm sure they didn't miss his.
But nobody talked to him.
Nobody talked to him.
This is the ostrich analogy you started talking about at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
So
I had to be the shit heel and call him and say, hey, man, it's unprofessional and put us in a shitty position, put you in a shitty position, and we're going to have to suspend you until you can get some help. So the idea was for him to get some counseling, get some help, and when he was right, bring him back. And he did that. He was going through some tough shit at the time. He did that. He got it cleaned up, and I never saw him even remotely to where you could think, well, I wonder if he's had a drink or something like that. Not once. And got his shit straight. Came back, apologized to the locker room. Everybody accepted it. And was a model citizen. And now has reinvented himself, and he and his brother both are reinvented and relevant again.
Yeah, and it's important to say here, we're not burying Jeff Hardy. It's really a positive story. He had a lot of challenges.
It's a success story.
Absolutely. He had a lot of challenges in his life. In 2011, he has an arrest, and he, worked through that, worked through this, and now seemingly on the other side and doing real well. So it's a success story. And he got he's still very beloved by all the guys. I don't know anybody who dislikes Jeff Hardy.
Nope.
He is here in TNA.
Jeff Hardy's here?
Well, we're not in TNA.
Oh shit. Thank God.
We don't have a tax lane either. He's here in TNA.
And I've got insurance. So.
Roll Tide. Let's just call it like it is. He was one of the most over talents in WWE, and he winds up in TNA for a reason similar to the one that Kurt Angle's here for. You're head of talent relations. Y'all just don't drug test shit down there. Am I right?
They drug test people. No, they did drug test people.
Well, how does that work? How do these guys who are super over and stars and needle movers in both places, and specifically we're saying Kurt Angle and Jeff Hardy, can't make it work in WWE, no problem in TNA?
Well, the drug tests were for the athletic commissions in the different states, like I want to say Washington State or Oregon, and the states that had them, so they had to do a drug test. And at the first of the year, they would come in, do physicals, do drug tests, and send them out.
But that's it.
That's it.
How'd you feel?
If there was reason to suspect someone was on drugs, and we'd do a drug test.
How many times do you remember doing that? Freestyle that in TNA?
I know I did it at least 3 times.
Same guy?
No.
3 different guys?
2 different guys.
Okay. And the idea was you didn't feel like they were safe. You felt like they were a hazard to other people. What was the motivation? What gets you to say, oh, we got to drug test that guy? Just to catch him?
Oh, God, no. Well, no. I mean, that's a horrible reason to
No,
do
I agree.
If someone is impaired, you don't want them out there potentially to hurt someone else and hurt themselves.
So rather than just look at them and do the eye test and say, hey, you're fucked up, you can't go. Instead, you just say, hey, I need you to do me a favor.
I did both.
Okay.
I gave them an opportunity to tell me.
And if they said no, then you followed up with, here it is.
Great. Cool, man.
Then you got no problem doing this.
Because there's a feeling here, and I'm one of them that feel that you're not right. So I'm going to need you to put this in here so that I can then take it away from everybody that thinks you might be a little fucked up right now.
Wow. That's a real way to pitch it.
But then if they balk at having a piss in the bottle, then you have your doubts. Or they take it right then and go do their business and hand it back to you, and it's clean, and you go, okay, man, something's not right. We got to fix it. But if they, come back and they're dirty, so you had your chance. You could have told me.
So this is like one of those GNC test that you just do right then?
No, it was with the facility. I believe it was Aegis or something like that.
How'd you turn it so fast?
In Orlando? You didn't. You had to give it to them. You didn't get the result back for like a day or two.
Okay.
But I wouldn't let them work if there was suspicion.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. But you still paid them. I mean, they're innocent until proven guilty.
They
right?
are.
Is
Just
there...
for the record, they were all guilty. But
Sure, I have no doubt.